All right. Well, I'm just going to run with it. And I guess if people trickle in, they trickle in. And if not, then I know to do a little bit more promoting and talking on the shit next time instead of just hopping on here live off the whim. But we got 50, 50 base point cut today from the Fed. That was really good to see. We're getting some. Let me share my screen here. So I have a few different projects I've been looking at the last few days. I actually bought this piece of shit at I don't even know. Um, it was up here somewhere, and it obviously went down, and I just forgot. I didn't forget about it. I just ignored it. It's got 2 million volume today. That's called Oni. It looks like it's on the bounce back up, but nice to see that it's not completely freaking useless to me at the moment. I mean, it's not where I want to be. I want it to be like, $100 million market cap. I don't know. I don't even remember how much I put in there, to be honest with you. I don't know. It's probably like it was less than an ETH, probably around a half ETH because I was just tossing some shit at it. But nice to see that's bouncing back. Take a look at Luxo. This is one that if anybody had followed me for a while. And by the way, if you're here, thank you for being here. I appreciate you guys. Whoever's here, if you let me know who's in the chat, I'd give you a shout out. Appreciate you guys being here and supporting. Crypto Fundamentals is not going to be able to be here with me today. He's tied up with the little ones at home, but I still wanted to get this going, especially while we had a little bit of, even if it was momentary bullish sentiment. So me and Luxo, my pup, just chilling here, getting on here with you guys for a little bit. But speaking of Luxo, I've got the Luxo chart up here. This it's way low time frame. So if you look at it from even a higher time frame like the 4 or the 1 day, depending on how far you zoom at, it looks like shit, right? It looks like it's been going down. It looks like it's really actually though bottomed out. But when you switch over to like the 3-day chart and you step back and you take a look, obviously it still looks really bad as far as a long term. It looks bad from a long-term perspective on it. Has had just such bad luck. And there's factors behind that. I've heard rumors of team selling. I've heard rumors here and there of, just lots of different things. But in this space, rumors are prevalent. So I tend to do my best to try to ignore them and base on the facts. And for the longest time, and I'll show you guys the setup I had, and this thing was holding golden for the longest. So we had this really, really beautiful megaphone pattern on Luxo, and depending on where you drew your lines at, obviously you can draw them as many times as you want, but they really respected this for quite a while, from May 22 till June 23. So over a year, it stayed within this, megaphone pattern, which was really cool to see. But the reason I'm telling you guys this is when it broke below, obviously it came back to retest, but when it broke below that second time, that was actually where I made majority of my exit on that position. And I was down. Actually, I wasn't. Well, I was down because I held a lot from 21. I bought originally the Rico at like 72 cents or 68 cents. I can't even remember. It was so long ago. But I didn't buy that much. I only bought like $250 worth. And then I bought more at like $8, $18, $25, $30. And I held majority of it because I believed in this project a whole lot. And I got burned a little bit on that. Not a little bit. I got burned a lot of bit on that. Because I was very bullish. I had met the team. And at the end of the day, this space is about lessons. It's about lessons for everybody. It should be, a learning experience for all that is involved. And From a KOL standpoint, I learned a lot, which was don't put all your eggs in one basket. And, you know, the research needs to go further than credentials and past achievements. And you really got to look at things for what they are. And so let me pause here and quickly say that I really like Marjorie and I really like Fabian. And by the way, if you're just tuning in, thank you for being here. This is a solo stream right now. Blocks and Thoughts, Crypto Fundamentals got tied up with the little ones at home. So it's just going to be me. I appreciate you guys being here either way, but just going to talk about some things open-ended and honestly about what I see. So going back to my point, I really like Fabian. I really like Marjorie. This is not a stab at them or jab at them or anything like that. There was, in my opinion, there was some mismanagement there, mainly from Fabian's side, I think, and how things were kind of done. I believe it was more of like a really relaxed setting, and I don't want to sound like a stickler too much, but managing and having expectations for people when there aren't clear guidelines, there aren't clear, there's clear goals, but I guess like the steps and achievements that it takes to be able to reach those goals. I feel like that was a really big thing that was missing from them. And, in turn, you see what happened. And when all of this was coming to light, and as people were kind of talking more and more about it, you can see where it broke through trend line for the second time. And that was where I cut my bag. I cut it between like $7 and $8. I took a big L from these main prior positions here, but I've learned that with every, and it's not a guarantee, but for me, I seem to, for every real big loss that I take, it's not that the next play is going to be a win, but that I know I'm closer to another big win in the space. And so that's good enough for me to keep moving and keep trudging on. So, but looking at things for what they are now, I really like what I'm seeing so far. It looks like it is finishing a pretty gnarly correction here. Could it go down more? Yes. I feel like I'm saying that out of safety, but I also really believe that we're really finished out with the capitulation on Luxo for the most part. I think most of the heavy selling is done. I feel like most of that pressure is finished. If we're coming into the last, Q4 being bullish, I really believe that there's a good chance that this could start turning around. It seems to be holding up better on days that have been pretty red, especially as of lately. We've seen that quite a bit more here. But this is something that I'm slowly averaging back into. Luxo is one I'm slowly averaging back into. I like what I've seen so far from the community helping to get the team back on track. There's a lot of reasons that Luxo should win, but I haven't really put focus on that too much because there has been some major changes needed. I want to show you guys the risk reward on this really quick because I really think that this is one of those that has a very good chance of being a real winner if they can get. I can't express enough that it really determines, or it really depends on how well Fabian and team, what's left of that team, which I think I think the rest of the team's there. I think Marjorie's the only one that's not there any longer. And I don't know what happened there. I don't know the extent of that. I just know that she's no longer on the team or not with the team. I can't speculate there. I'm not going to, but I know that people are around for reasons and seasons, and I think that she did a really good job of helping them get started, helping them get put on the map. I don't know if they will be the next Ethereum like I thought they would in 2021, being completely honest with you here. But I do know that there's a good group of people over there. There's a really good core community. of people over at Luxo. So this is one I'm still looking at. I do like it. I am averaging back in now at these levels. For me, if it breaks 50 cents, I don't know. Do I fucking sell it? Who knows? Do I just sit on it? Who knows? I really don't know. I don't know what this cycle is going to bring us anymore, but I do know that shit happens. I do know that their team is working actively. They're taking community feedback a lot more than they were prior to, this trend line breakdown. So I wouldn't be surprised to see more people step up and step in. So that's kind of my views on Luxa there. For those that missed earlier, I had talked about this token right here, Oni, for just a very quick minute at the very beginning of my stream. I don't even think anybody was in the room yet. Which, by the way, if you're here, if you'll give it a thumbs up or share this to your Twitters, anything like that, I appreciate you guys being here regardless. But this one was one that I had bought back a few months ago. And it really didn't, it looks like just a month ago. Yeah, it wasn't that long ago. So I had bought it at peak, and this isn't to show you bags. This is one that I've seen that I held on to it because there was a ton of volume coming in here. I mean, just an absolute ton of volume coming in at these times. But it ended up being a major L for me. I held it down. No point of not holding it throughout this, in my opinion. The trend line break was really here, and it's really kind of stupid to do this on low caps, but it does work if you want to have capital efficiency, if you want to have capital preservation at all in your arsenal, if you're trying to have risk management at all, which I feel like on most low caps people really are. They're tossing more dust at this, but I think I put in like a half ETH to an ETH in here, somewhere like that, something like that. And it's obviously not worth that now. I checked the other day. I think it was worth $1,000 as it was on its climb up. Like this was like 2 or 3 days ago. So glad I kept this on my radar. It seems to be pulling it out. 2 million in volume, even though it's pretty stagnant between the two. It's not really one-sided, but it's really good to see that picking up, and it's going in the right direction here. So this is one I'm going to be holding on to a little bit. Roll over to Desync. Now I'm really just going over my bags with you guys at this point, and it's not to shill them, just kind of just to show why I'm holding what I'm holding still, give you guys my thoughts behind this. Again, Crypto Fundamentals isn't going to be able to make this stream. Him and I are rescheduling. We're going to do another one of these, probably similar to what we're doing now, just talk about projects, goods, bads, things we like, don't like, what the fuck, blah, blah. We'll see. I don't know. I'm probably going to get my stream banned for cussing, for saying a bad word. But regardless, for the two people that are in here right now listening to me, shout out to both you guys. If you are able to type in who it is into the chat here, it'd be appreciated. I can give you guys a thumbs up. I appreciate you, or just a genuine whatever. But looking at Desync here, man, I'll tell you, this was one that I'm so thankful I was able to nail this call. I think we hit this at $9 million and $11 million on the retrace here. It was such a good hit. And this was one that I knew it was going to have legs, but I didn't realize it was going to have legs like this. And again, not against my better judgment, I took some profits between these levels. Once it broke this structure here and it bounced back up, and I saw it didn't break back through this top resistance level, I did start averaging out a little bit here. And it wasn't anything major. I mean, my bag's not like that. But it was, I was taking some profits here. We got to this level again. It was a huge red candle off that resistance level. So I know I'm for sure within one of these candles here, taking a little bit off the table here. And this is just being smart. Now, when I say taking off the table, I'm not chunking this, I'm taking like 2%, 3%, maybe like, half an ETH, quarter of an ETH, somewhere along those lines, depending. And ultimately I do, because it's up still tremendously from here. I mean, I'm up X's from here. So not to be taking profits at these levels is really just kind of irresponsible. It's really stupid not to do at some point. But and again, you look here, you had a clear as day head and shoulders on this, and it bled down a little bit, right? Not a big deal. It's Cummings reclaiming on you look at the you look at the macro here, it's not bearish, guys. You got your higher lows here, right? First one, you got your second one. Now, we break below that line. I'm not concerned. I'm not dumping bags. It's something I would really like to see be reclaimed, though. However, heading into the last, few bullish months of the year, it's really hard for me to be bearish on a project such as Desync. I think that's why you're seeing a lot more interest in here lately. And obviously it being a niche category of of AI, it is one of those things where we're waiting to see, when do AI tokens break out again? For me, it's not an if. When you have Nvidia, doing what they're doing all around and the attention that Nvidia is bringing to stocks as a whole, for me, it's one of those where it really just doesn't make sense to fade an AI narrative within crypto. So I think that we see a very large move within the space at some point. And, if I'm giving my honest TA here, I wouldn't be surprised to see something. We had a nice breakout here. We had been downtrending since around the end of July here. We'd been downtrending a little bit, and that's with the market. It matches with the market. Sorry, I'm a perfectionist to an extent, so let me get these lines straightened up here. So when we have a nice breakout here, which it was a pretty convincing breakout on the, especially being on the daily, nice breakout over where the downtrend has been. I wouldn't be surprised to see us do something like where we downtrend we retest the downtrend again, and then we pop up maybe a little chop through here with some resistance at this level. It's hard to say how this would do. It had this as nice support early on. Obviously, the market was doing a little better at this point, but it really, it was not doing too hot though. The market sucked here pretty badly from mid-April to May, and it found support here quite a bit. So I think if we can get over this resistance line here at 20 cents, 21 cents, I think you're going to see a really nice move back into this territory here. And obviously, I'm not going to draw squigglies forever. That's not what you guys came here for. But I do appreciate those that are here. If you will, Blake, shout out. Thank you for being here, brother. I didn't see him. I'm kind of back and forth between my screens. So appreciate you being here. And yes, it has held extremely well compared to a handful of the other alts, especially in the AI category. But I feel really, really good about Desync. Hopefully you guys heard kind of my game plan, and this is a long-term. Dog coming off here because he hears the dryer done, the washing machine. This is a long-term bag for me. I really like this, and I've liked this from the jump. I've liked this from the very beginning, but when you have added the Anchor and the Arbitrum partnerships in there, it's really hard to deny the future of what this project can be, and what I really believe it is going to be. And so I just looked here. I saw my sharp little squiggly. It's fucking hilarious. Sorry about that. But I just wanted to give you guys a quick glimpse of what I think is going to happen here. I think we're at the end of the correction here, and that's to say this: when you have, hold on, let me do it here. Date range. When you have up only for 22 days, okay, the project is incredible. Okay, this project is amazing. It does not make it invincible to downside and profit taking. A lot of these people here are in good profits. Okay. I am in good profits here. I see the long-term vision and scope of what this project can and more than likely will be. However, it is also my responsibility to pay the bills in my house. So I've got to, as you know, being a full-time trader and somebody that's in this space, since 2021, I want to be clear with you guys. The good days are over with for people like me. As far as, I can't put an ETH in a token and watch it run 100, 200, 300x. Does this still happen? Yes. I don't trade like I used to anymore. I don't sit in front of the screen watching live new pairs come through and tossing little bits at it, hoping to hit a 200, 300, 400x. I just don't have it in me to do that anymore, guys. I really freaking don't. The reason I am here now after being in this space so long and realizing, damn, had I just taken that project when it was a 2, 3, 4x instead of it being a 100, 200, 300x, I would have a lot of freaking money. And so I changed my game plan based on my needs for me. And this was back early last year that I said, you know what, when I have a 2, 3, 4x in my hands, I'm taking it. Right. And I'm not here to have anybody buy my bags anymore. I don't care if you do that. I can tell you that Destra is going to be the best project in the world. And it's this and it's that. And these are based off of research that I've done and things like that. But at the end of the day, Daddy doesn't have pool anymore. Okay. And when I say anymore, yes, a few years back in 2020, 2021, when there wasn't 800 chains, and that's being a little dramatic, but when there wasn't 9, 10 different chains for people to go on, and I found a low cap, when I found a low cap gem to talk about and I was excited about it, yes, the price moved because number one, there wasn't 3, 4, 5, 6 different competitors out as soon as I talked about it. There wasn't 3, 4, Luxo, get out of there. Go lay down. There wasn't 3, 4, 5 different chains that launched. It had a winner and then had 2, 3, 4, 5 different competitors on that chain. Our space has become so greedy. It's become so it really has. It just sucks right now, guys. I need you to understand how crappy our space really has become. Okay? You have good people in this space that are over it. We're over this shit because we see how awful it has become. When I started doing this, let me dial back from this is my show, right? So I get to talk about whatever I want right now. I don't have my genuine co-host Crypto Fundamentals here. So I get to hog this thing the whole time. So I'm just going to take you back into a very, very quick and brief kind of synopsis here on what got me in this space, which was the vibes were immaculate. The people were excited. You had people building DeFi projects and you had people trying different ways of breaking the system, but like for people, the normal people, me, you, whoever's watching this, the normies, I feel like everyone that's really involved in crypto down to the basic level, these people were building projects that catered to finding a way to get them out of it, right? Some of them Ponzi-esque, right? But others were genuine and others were good. And the problem where we went wrong thank you, Extras. I appreciate you. I appreciate you a lot. The problem that we had was we allowed people to become so greedy with their wins. And what would happen you'd have a developer who would hit 100x, a 200x, and they'd take it and they'd leave and the project would be dead. When you have somebody who's come from nothing and all of a sudden they turn their $1,000 into $100,000, $200,000, motherfuckers don't know how to act. People don't know how to act. I never came from money. My family, we had money when I was younger. We lost it all in the '08 recession, every bit of it. And when I say money, I mean like barely making cut for middle class. Okay. But still, that's money. I've seen poor. I've lived poor. Okay. When when I see a project developer hit 100 or 200x on a project and they just walk away with the money and they run away, I know they're coming back within a couple weeks, couple months, because they're not going to sustain. They're not thinking, oh, hey, well, I should take this $100,000 and make it work for me in a way that is super smart. Maybe I put a little on Coinbase where it's, 11% APY. Maybe I do this. No. Why would they? Why would they do that when it is as simple for them to say, well, you know what? I can just go in and create another project out of fucking thin air, and no one it knows who I am. So, voila, and off they go and they leave. These people are able to do this because there's no accountability in our space, and that's to a lot of degrees. There's no accountability in the developers a lot of the times. There's no accountability in KOLs a lot of the times. There's no accountability within traders themselves a lot of times, right? Probably people listening to this. And it's not to hate on you, but it's maybe a self-realization, right? And there's a good chance that maybe you're not one of those people. I don't know. But I look at it and I say, we've got to do better, right? I started this rant out of my origin story, but really it wasn't even about my origin story. It was about what got me in this space and got me excited. And I hate to think that we're done with that completely. I hate to think that we have lowered ourselves to a player versus player, environment here, but that's really what we've done. And so in a sea of all of that happening, where that is just so prevalent in our space, I've really come to enjoy finding projects that are trying to still be innovative and not have a copy pasta. By the way, shout out to some of the new people that have rolled in. I know we're keeping low numbers here, but I really appreciate you guys being here and tuning in, even though it's a solo broadcast today. Thank you. I really have to give it up to these teams that are trying to be different in their ways and what they're doing. You're seeing a lot of, oh, this project did really well. How quickly can we get our a copy paste project of that up? Oh, how many freaking Neros were there? My God, right? Like enough. If Nero would have been just a single, if people would have traded and acted like they did a cycle ago in 2020, 2021, you'd have Nero already over $1 billion market cap. You'd have a lot of these top memes over $1 billion market cap, but everyone says to themselves, oh, what's the best way for me to make the money? What's the best way for me to do this? I have to have it. And even though, out of 3-4 Neros, one of them's going to do well, everyone still decides, oh, well, there's still opportunity here. There's better ROI on this one. It's exhausting. It's exhausting for somebody like me who does this shit full time. I don't care for it because I look at it and say, well, okay. In my experience, the first mover is the one that has always really, not always, but is genuine. How do I say this? It's more prevalent to be the established dominant figure, whereas every single time there is a derivative or there is a clone. Why do you think that is? It's not because the idea's not been had before. I don't know, guys. Until we start making changes as a whole, and I know I'm preaching to 2 or 3 people right now. Again, shout out to you guys being here. Thank you guys for helping the algo by giving it a thumbs up. Appreciate you guys. But until we make a change as a whole, we don't see the good things. We don't see the good things happen to us anymore. Until we work together and say, hey, AI projects that have no GitHub, AI projects that are a copy paste of this other project that came out a month ago and failed. Hey, hey, that. Until we group together and say, hey, this shit isn't working for us. We need a different game plan. Until that happens, guys, I'm afraid that retail isn't going to see. I'm sorry, crypto's not going to see retail like we want it to see. One could argue that retail came in during the pump fund thing. Pump fund was a very small window, but it really opened the doors for people to be able to throw out trash. Now you got, and this isn't to bash on them. You got the Chef. You've got a few others, chef.fun. You got a few of these others that are out here. In my opinion, if we want to fix our space for the better, if we want to go back to the vibes and the good days, the vibes came from us being excited about the launch of something, the anticipation, the thrill of hunting and finding a breadcrumb. Luxo, stop doing that. Sorry, my dog got fixed a few days ago. Look at him. He's pissed off now. It came from the thrill of us hunting and finding these. It came from the, if anybody's played any sport ever, whether, it really doesn't matter what it is, a hoop, a bucket, a goal, whatever. If you've scored, you have that next, like when you go out to play again, you want that, you crave that feeling again. And gem hunting was no different. Dude, let me tell y'all, when I was working, and this isn't a woe is me, I was working 12-hour days, 10-hour days. 10-hour days. And I'd go to the gym. And when I was done, I'd have an hour and a half drive home. I'd drive an hour and a half south, get home, and I would start researching from like 10, sometimes 11 o'clock sitting down at night. Shout out Crypto Tim. Appreciate you being here. From, 10, 11 at night till 1, 2 in the morning, finding breadcrumbs because, I'd look on, what's the app? Oh shit, I'm bombing so hard. Sorry, guys. It's similar to Glassdoor, but there's a website, and I'll find it and I'll post it to you guys. But you're able to find where the funding has come from. Also, I see that we've had a little bit of raise in the audience. I just want to say shout out to you guys. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate all of you being here. If you could give the algo a thumbs up. I'm sorry, the video a thumbs up. It helps the algo. But it was so cool to be able to work my ass off all day long. I hated my job, right? And I know probably a lot of you do too. I fucking hated my job, guys. It was awful. And when I got home, even though it was more work, digging into white papers, digging into this, digging into that, I had a natural curiosity for being able to put things together that maybe others hadn't found yet or others weren't talking about. And so for me, that was like really what was exciting about this. And the ERC20 is like, it birthed us to be able to do that. Okay. Being able to put these creative ideas together in a way, in a token, and then be able to tokenize it, like an idea and then tokenize it. It's incredible. Like, I don't think a lot of people have really grasped how fucking cool that is. First name, appreciate you being here. Top 3 coins. I'll get to that in just a moment. And so I think that until we get back to that, until we get back to our roots of finding the excitement, because I wasn't here at the ICO boom before, DeFi summer 2020. DeFi summer 2020 was really when I came in, and I was more involved. But I missed the whole ICO thing. That was truly get in, number go up, take your money when you can, and get out. And again, the reason for that is you don't have all these different chains, all these different, you have ETH, you had the ICO where there was just this option, whatever the ICOs were giving, and then they concentrated number of liquidity number go up for a very short amount of time. Then you had the DeFi phase come through where people were really just getting comfortable with being able to launch tokens and kind of do these things that, just a few years prior to that, everyone thought was just rocket science. And then you had people building DeFi protocols, and some of them were, and some of them were vaporware. But the reason that you didn't see this insane price number go up in the last cycle, which we saw Bitcoin increase a good bit, but we didn't see it like we had obviously seen in the cycles prior, right? So the returns are diminishing, but they're diminishing not because the liquidity isn't there, not because people aren't interested in what we're doing. It's diminishing because we have way too many options, and we've let this just become a very normal, casual, hey, this is just acceptable. Guys, if we want to see number go up on ETH and then ETH's byproducts, all the projects built on top of it against the pairs, we got to make a fucking change. We have got to be the collective group that says, hey, we've got to really figure this out. Oh, this project launching is doing this. I'm not really interested in that. I'm focused more on the desync. I'm focused more on the XRT. Why am I focused on those? Fucking super easy. Glad you asked. Thanks for asking. XRT is freaking a no-brainer. This is a no-brainer play. Let me show y'all something real quick. Let me get this off here. I'm even letting y'all front run me. So shout out to anybody that's here live with me right now. Look at any time this has broke the moving average, the 30-day moving average here. Broke above. Broke below. Saw a pretty hard bleep. Broke above. Not too promising. Still in the downtrend. Broke above. Headed up in the uptrend. Stayed above for a little bit. You'd have made a nice little gain there from, is that 230 to 6 something. So 2.5, 3x, whatever. Broke below, stayed below. Broke below, broke above, but it was still in a downtrend below. Look at here. Okay, I'm getting all that. I'm wanting to bring this over to you guys here. Again, shout out to you guys. Thank you for being here. I see that there's a few of you that tuned in and stayed in now. Thank you guys so much for being here. A thumbs up on the video does wonders for the algo. Thank you guys. Look at this. We're about to break above this bitch again. Now, granted, it is still in the downtrend here, but what do we notice here? What are we noticing here? We got a baseline. Right? We got a baseline for when we break this blue. Break the blue here at support level around $2.15, $2. Boom. Nice return. Look at this shit. Back to $10, right? $2 to $10. That's a 4 to 5x, right? I'm not saying that I've nailed these trades perfectly. I'm not saying that you're going to nail these trades perfectly, but I'm saying look at the freaking structures, right? Boom. Broke above the blue. Baseline, $2. This shit went down to $1.70, right? But broke above the blue at $2. Boom, run. Where'd it run to? $2 at the top, $13 if you were patient and had the, Larry Fink mind to sell at the top. All right. What I'm getting at is I think we're back at this again. I think we're really close to XRT breaking through this and seeing a nice run up. Okay. Now, why XRT? Daddy, why would you want to buy that over all these other tokens? It only has so much volume in it. It's dead token. Well, number one, it's been pretty fucking reliable for a dead token. Okay. Had you played your cards right throughout the year since January 23, right? Since the beginning of last year, you'd have made a 4x here. You'd have made a freaking 5 to 6x here, 7x depending on where you bought at in the lows. Shit, really, yeah, almost even close to a 10x depending on where you bought in the lows. And so for me, why would I purchase a project that has 8K in volume here? Well, number one, this is 8K in just this pool. The other pool's probably not much more convincing, to be honest with you. However, it does have exchange listings, so we're not seeing all the volume here. I could go to CoinGecko and probably pull a little bit more there, but that's not what it is for me, boys, and maybe girls. I don't know. It's pretty prevalent at Dude Fest here, but shout out all you dudes being here. Appreciate you. Guys, this is how I'm able to find projects that work for me. I just told you, I'm not after the 100Xs. I don't give a fuck about the 100Xs anymore. Do I want one? Yeah, of course. But with what I'm putting into these, $100, $200 into those plays that I want 100X out of, do I want it? Hell yeah, everyone does. But is that what my game plan is involved, built around? No, absolutely not. Right? And that's just because my building capital quickly phase is over. I've done that. I moved from that phase to, I graduated from that phase to, it's time to build on top of this and go from, I'm no longer looking for the 10, 20, 50 X's, right? Now I'm looking for the safe 5 to 10 X's that I can put 10 grand in, 20 grand in, and let these things do work. Now, let me show y'all something real quick. And I feel like in this day and age, most of us know by now the importance of this. At the beginning of this talk, and I know we have a whole bunch of people here that we didn't have at the beginning. Shout out you guys. Thank you. If you'll give this rant a thumbs up, I'd really appreciate you guys. It helps the algo tremendously. But let me show y'all something here. And I told y'all at the beginning of the stream, I'm back to buying Luxo, but let me show you guys something. I'm back to buying Luxo. It looks really good here on the 3-day chart. It looks like we're finding a nice bottom here. I don't have the moving average on this. I could put it on there. I don't care to do that right now. It's not what I'm doing on this. Here's why, okay? There's $105,000 in liquidity on this Luxo pair. And the other Luxo pair is $27K, okay? So this is like a big catch-22 in my opinion. I don't know why the chart's not loading, piece of shit. Here we go. This is a catch-22, right? If you're looking for number to go up in a freaking vertical fashion, find a low liquidity project. But I'm looking at this from an investing standpoint, okay? A few years ago, I wouldn't have cared as much. Now, I care. Let's say I want to put $10,000 into Luxo here at the bottom of this chart. Well, if I put $10,000 into Luxo with this chart at a 57 million fully diluted, we're going to go with $34 million market cap on this, okay? $105,000 in liquidity is so liquid. Let's say this runs to the $28. I'm not getting that out of this. And as soon as I take that amount out, 10,000, to $28, let's say it goes to $22.30 just for simplicity's sake. And I put 10 grand in. If I nuke $100,000 on a 100K liquidity chart, obviously liquidity is going to go up as price goes up, but you get my drift. Most liquidities for a healthy pool are a tenth, one tenth of, if the market cap's $1 million, you'd like to see 100K. Again, if the market cap is $1 million, you'd like to see 100K. This isn't to shit on them. I know that they've got funds spread throughout, they've got some centralized exchanges, but I do 99.5% of my trading right here on DEXs, as I would suggest you do too, if you know how to, safely do it. For me, this isn't a way for me to be able to cash out. Now, I'm still buying Luxo. Don't get it twisted. I'm still buying Luxo. Liquidity is an issue that can be fixed. Okay. So to be clear, I am still averaging into Luxo. I'm not buying $10,000 clips. $100 here, $100 there, couple hundred here, couple hundred there. That's how I'm buying my Luxo back. That's how I'm obtaining this. But what I am buying chunks of is XRT. All right. And let me explain. So if you'll notice over here, I've got two different XRT pairs. right? And most of you know this by now, but you've got your V2 pool. And if I go up here, this would be my V3 pool. Okay. Chart's pretty similar. It hasn't been around as long. The pool was created at less time, but I want you guys to see this. Okay. So you got $287,000 in this pool, $4.5 million market cap. Market cap doesn't change between the two. It's the same shit, but you got a $284,000 liquidity pool on this pool. Okay. So you combine those together and you've got very close to 600,000. You're shy of $600,000 in liquidity for a $4.5 million market cap. So you're at like a 1/8 liquidity ratio, right? Which means if I put 10 grand in and it runs to 10x, I can get my 100K out without, number one, absolutely slaughtering the chart, which KOLs get a bad name, right? I'm not a piece of shit. I don't know which one would tell you. I have feelings that are empathetic towards others. I want to see others make it. So when if I make 100K on an illiquid token, I'm sitting over here going, dude, I just can't pull the trigger on this and say, well, fuck you guys, good luck, sorry. I'm just not built that way. This is a very cutthroat game. There's a reason Wall Street is the way that it is, right? There's a reason that, some of these people, there's a reason KOL's got a bad name. It's because plenty of these fucking douchebags got caught doing stupid shit like this, right? Just don't do it. Don't be a scumbag and just nuke a chart. So, and I say that, and I don't say that for everybody. Listen, if you end up hitting a lick and there's a token that you ended up getting lucky on and buying at 10K market cap, 20K market cap, and you've got that, I'm not saying that you're in this because you're not obligated on that instance. I say that with an open mind because you don't have there's likely a chance that you don't have a very massive following on that end. So, you're not really obligated to like hold bags, right? Because you said this is really good. But then, in the next breath, you turn around and just dump it. It's just not my style. People like that can get fucked. So anyway, First Name asked me a little bit ago, real quick. I just want to give a shout out to everybody that's here. Again, that's watching. Appreciate you. If you're just tuning in, please give this a thumbs up. We went from one thumb up just like 20 minutes ago to 8 now. So I really appreciate you guys. And we've got some new people in here, so I can tell the algo's picking up. So really, really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Shout out Blake. Shout out Extrist. Shout out Tim, First Name, Will, and XT. Thank you guys so much for being here. Let me throw down real quick my top 3 coins. Fun. Can't wait for everybody who has investments in token that are not in these top 3 to fucking hate me. So number 1 for me is Desync. That is my number 1 bag. I feel very, very strongly on it. And I got a little quiet on them for a little while. They were delivering. I really wanted to see some kind of partnerships or something along those lines. And that turned out to be my biggest and most comfortable bag in my eyes once they secured the Anchor Arbitrum partnership there. I really believe that they're going to do numbers. I'm really excited for what Desync's putting out. They are doing more than I would say anybody else in the space right now. So shout out to the Destra Network team. I'm really, really excited for the future of that token and what those guys are doing. Second token for me would be Fold. For full disclosure, I am on the team, but also full disclosure, I am an awful team member. I have not done my job as well as I can. I should really be a poster. That's really what I'm on the team to do, is to be a poster boy for Fold. However, my content is not, I will never put my content based directly around one project. But those that know me, those that have been around and know kind of how the project that I talk about, I am huge on Fold, mainly because of the team. And then outside of the team, the concept that's being built over there at 91 Labs is really next level. So I needed to put that in there at the beginning. Full disclosure, I am part of the team. However, we'll go ahead and say that no funds were given, no nothing. Every bit of Fold that any team member holds has been purchased off the market through Trader Joe or through Vapor Dex, one of those two. And Havoc has gone so much as to announce when he's even buying, which he's the team lead. The idea and the concept was birthed through him. He's just a hell of a guy. Havoc is just a next level individual. He's just such a good dude. I've talked with him outside of crypto, and Fold. When I mean outside of that, like we've had conversations outside of just his project, and he's a good man. He's a good guy as a whole. He's somebody that, I would definitely invite over for a beer and, a cookout, and just, he's just a guy you would want on your side. And I feel like we don't look at enough people like that in our space because we're so busy. Oh, this it did a 3X, so this one's the best. And then it, eats shit or has no credibility, has no reason to be there. And so let me pull up Fold real quick, because that is, I'll even show y'all for the most part when I bought most of these. So Fold, I bought a bit right here early on to support. But again, let me go back to say what I said at the beginning of my discussion here on Fold. I was not the best teammate. I should have supported these guys 100% from the beginning. I supported them in the instance of, I read the basically like the opening medium to what was going on here. And they launched when the fucking market was dead. They launched when there was nothing happening. And as I look back on that, that was probably the best decision that they could have made coming into this cycle. And they didn't do it on purpose, but the genuine intention of saying, I don't care when this launches. This isn't about launching and getting this thing up in price. This is about building an idea out and seeing it through. Havoc, y'all look at this. Y'all look at this real quick. Shit, I just messed up my line, Betsy. All right, look at this. This man had to endure. I feel so bad for Havoc because I know he was given some shit for this for a while. This man endured 155 days of bullshit. He dealt with 155 days of bullshit. Now, let me say this. This was one thing that was very eye-opening to me, which was I realized very quickly that Havoc he doesn't have a massive following, but he's got people hold on to his genuineness. People hold on to the person that he is. They know the character that he is. They know he's not on here playing a persona. They know he is who he says he is. And you can have somebody that has 500 followers, and if people love that person and they worship them, and I'm not saying he's got worshipers, but he's got a very strong following. And because when he says something, he means it and he delivers on it and he sees it through. So I'm saying all that to say this. I invest one of my biggest thesis for investing is the team, how they carry themselves, how they talk, how they deal with situations that aren't ideal. You see in this shit, 155 days of number doesn't go up at all. I mean, it did see a little bit of one could have argued that in the beginning, there was a cup and handle being built, but nothing was happening in June of 2023, guys. Nothing was happening in June of 2023. Okay. So when you look at the resilience that he had to deal with, and here's how it was a good project is he launched it in the bear, and when Bitcoin started making its turn and the whole market started, the whole market started seeing the rebound, obviously there was a very, very big winner here with this, right? Now, I used to have on my chart here the epochs. I had these vertical walls that you could see when the epochs occurred. And I was trying to find a pattern there and nothing crazy, but this is what I've learned about Fold. And then I'm going to jump into my third token real quick. So two more things on Fold here. Number one, I'm convinced that Fold is very similar to Bitcoin, just on a very accelerated timeline. Okay. And what I mean by that is you have really a whole cycle for me in Bitcoin that played out here. This would have been Bitcoin's very first, like 2008 to 2011 cycle, right? This is when it was nothing. And you've got it building a new baseline. I don't need to make a new one. I can just bring this one over. Thank you guys for being patient with me. Right? You got a clear high or low being made here, above here. Okay, it's reestablished this level. It's not broken below this level. You have now found your key level of supporters that are in this project now. Okay. That is a lot more than what was here. You had the original washout here, the big run up, and you've had your initial washout here. And now as we head into, let me pull it up real quick and then I can switch over to screens for you guys. Actually, I'm not going to do that because I'm not going to give away my stack of Fold to you guys. It'll dox my wallet immediately. But because it's big, I got a lot of it. I like it a lot. I've been buying on the retrace really since I sold a chunk of my Fold in this area here as it looked like it was double topping. I sold another chunk here after we didn't break this resistance. And then I wouldn't say I averaged in too soon, but I started buying too soon. I actually bought a chunk here. I was probably the sole reason that we saw a lot of this green candle in here. But then I bought more in this area down here as we came back to this local level here. And I want to make sure I'm clear with you guys. I take profits. And my 2020, 21 cycle, guys, I didn't take enough of them. And I won't ever do that again. But my goal is not to sit here and have you guys buy my bags. I'm just showing you guys what I like. I was asked my top 3, so I'm giving them to you. And going back to, this will be my third point, my last point, but the most important point because it ties in with my liquidity debacle earlier, is Fold has higher liquidity than any project I've ever seen, and it's all community funded. The guys at 91 Labs are building a very novel idea over there, and I don't want to say any more on that end other than I really can't suggest you guys enough to go to 91.io, and that's spelled out 90 and then the number 1.io. And I can't suggest enough for you guys to go and do your own research on those documents there and what they're building with thought, AI, and what's to come with matter. You guys need to understand that a legitimate flywheel was built here. And I'm going to piss some people off saying this, and I really don't give a fuck. That's just where I'm at in this cycle. Daddy's not giving a shit anymore. I know there are a lot of people that feel very strongly about Shesmu. In my opinion, with what Fold and Thought are building, mainly Fold with Lab 91, with the flywheel that they've built with the Fold token, I get a lot of Shesmu shills. So let me say this by saying shout out to Shesmu community because it's very strong. But I have no need to hold another flywheel token. I don't need to be, a flywheel king. That's not what I'm about. I'm not flywheel daddy. I'm crypto daddy. And I found my first mover on AVAX when the Matter docs came out, and I really understood what they are trying to build out with thought, it really opened my eyes that this is not just, and that's what I was alluding to when I said I was a shitty teammate and I should have bought more here. Cause now I'm like, fuck, I really wish I'd have bought a lot more here. Cause, you know, having some NFTs that mine the Fold token for you is so great. But my point of this all and saying all this is the Fold token is built very differently than 99% of other tokens out there. And the community self-funded all the liquidity, and it's at a $1.2 million market cap, and it's got 330K liquidity, and that's just in this pair. All right, I'm not going to go, I'll show y'all real quick so you can see. Type in Fold here. Look at all these different pairs. You got 330K in the main. This one's on VaporDex. You can see here, it indicates the difference. So this one's on VaporDex, 80K. So that's 420. Nice. No, that's I don't know. My math's not that good these days. I smoke too much pot. So you got 80K there, 2.8K there, not a whole lot. 15K there, 25K there. You got another. No, this is for thought. Sorry. So really it's 330K there, 80K there, 2.8K there. But I know that there are others, but they're in other pairs, right? So yeah, sorry. You've got all these different pairs that Fold's being used for. So in my personal opinion, you're going to see a really, really strong move out of Fold. I don't know when, but I've never claimed to be the guy that knows when something's going to move. There's some people that, you know, they read order flow and they read order books and they see how shit's coming in. And that's just not me. I don't have that, you know, that's not what I do. I read trends. I read volume. I read liquidity. And, you know, you even look over the last 24 hours and you can see, you know, with a 7.K sided to 3.9K sells, you can see that the buying interest is coming back in. Let me show y'all something real quick as well. And then I'm going to hop over to my third choice, which looks like we're going up in numbers again. I know I've been ranting for a little bit as we've been going. Crypto Fundamentalist is not going to be able to make this chat with us today, but I do appreciate every single one of you guys being in here. This is something that we're going to actually be doing a lot more of, just some live streaming, but going into some things that we think that should be talked about. Shout out you guys being here. If you would please give the stream a thumbs up. We really appreciate you guys. I really appreciate you guys. Blake says 100% community provided LP. Yeah, the market, the ratio for liquidity to market cap is phenomenal in Fold. So shout out there. And real quick, if you guys would just share this stream around, I would really, really appreciate it. This is something I'm trying to get more into. I'm trying to reach an audience outside of our main circles of Twitter. I think that the people that we have doing the YouTube segments, winning these KOL awards and things like that, I think they're awful human beings. I really do. And I'm not saying I am I am better. Yeah, I'll say I'm better because I'm not a piece of shit, but I'm not better than any human. But when it comes to the content that I really want to bring you guys and what I really want to put out there, I do believe it is tsunami waves larger and better than a lot of people that are peddling just shit. So I love you guys and I really appreciate you guys supporting me on here. Thank you. So going into my last project, this is gonna stump me a little. I really don't have an exact for you guys on my third favorite. I'd really like to say it would be pre-AI. I really like Predict Crypto a lot. This is going to be a difficult one for me, if I'm being honest with you. I still think we see something like this happen with pre-AI. I don't think that they're getting enough credit that they deserve right now. I really don't. I really think that with the market being shit, it's not, it's just not favorable. You can see that there's more sells coming in right now than buys coming in. Low volume, I'd like to tell you guys that this would be my third. That would be really difficult for me to do based on that alone. So I'm kind of going to go with, I'm going to go with, um, I'm going to go with XRT for my third as a more secure top pick for you guys. So I guess sorry for the unnecessary shill of pre-AI there. But that would have been one that I would have considered for a top three for me. I really like what they're doing over there. I have to say XRT, and I have to say XRT because I've done a lot of research into these guys. I think that they are ahead of their time. I think that when the next cycle comes around, and I'm not even going to sit here and try to front and play or cap on when I know that could be. But, and I don't mean like if all of a sudden we pumped and we saw, Bitcoin go to 110K, right? I mean, next cycle, after Bitcoin's done its thing this cycle and it's crashed. I don't know when the next cycle is. I'd guess another 3 or 4 year cycle from here. But I really think that XRT is so far ahead of its category. And let me say it by saying this. XRT is the only first mover in robotics. No one else is doing it. So let's throw a scenario out here that NVIDIA and Boston Dynamics, which Boston Dynamics is already working with XRT, but let's just say in a different world that NVIDIA and Boston Dynamics NVIDIA wants to create their own in-house robotics. First of all, people are going to see the robotics industry explode because NVIDIA has the money to be able to make things happen very quickly. Boston Dynamics already has these things in motion. So when those two titans meet, innovation and money, shit happens. And so what I think happens is we see a really big movement in robotics this next cycle. We already know that Elon's working on Optimus. We know that, you can go to, if you weren't aware, you can go to LG and Samsung and all these different massive Fortune 500 companies. All of them are working on robotics. It's a sector that's just not really thought too much on because people, and this is my favorite, I don't know if you want to call it analogy, but this is my favorite comparison for people that a lot of people don't realize. So everyone and their mother thinks that AI is just so far out. Robotics is just so far out. Maybe not AI anymore. You're seeing a lot of it with Chat GPT, but I should say robotics. People think robotics are just so far out. It's just, not in my lifetime, or maybe they're thinking in my lifetime, but 10 more years, 15 more years, y'all are fucking crazy. Let me explain this to you. Y'all think about how quickly cell phones, how quick did cell phones evolve, right? How quickly did they evolve? You had, I still remember being on my mom's Nokia, playing the freaking like Snake game and making sure not to use all of her minutes in the month. To then we went to upgraded Razor phones, a little flat, still playing Snake. You had super shitty 360p, 480p cameras on there, right? But then 3 years later, you had the iPhone come out. And that was the innovative one. And while one could argue the iPhone hasn't seen much innovation over the last few years, that would be a hater. The iPhone has seen amazing innovation over the last 10 years. But more importantly, and I've said this a while back in one of my other talks, but had you invested that money in Apple instead of purchasing their newest products, you'd be a millionaire right now. Over the last decade, if you had, instead of spending $1,500 on each new phone that's come out over the decade, so we're on what, iPhone 15, so Apple 5. If you had stopped buying every new iPhone, and I'm not saying that you do, but this is just an investment thesis. If instead of upgrading your phone every year, you had taken that money and you had bought Apple stock with it, you'd be up significantly. You'd be up significantly. Now, why am I saying all this? Well, I'm saying all this because it couldn't be more obvious that we are on the brink of seeing this happen, seeing an AI and robotics take over. And I see we had a few more numbers of people tuning in. It's kind of changed. Thank you guys for being here. Those that are in, if you'll give this stream a thumbs up, it helps the algo. Thank you. I think we are super close on the robotics side of seeing a very large shift in this. And the reason I say that is it took a decade for us to see cell phones really evolve. Really, it took like a decade and a half. It took about 15 years for this to really evolve. We're at 15 years for crypto, number one, but I'm not focusing on crypto at this exact moment. I'm focusing purely on robotics. And people would argue that, oh, well, you don't have that. You don't have, it's not out there. It's not in retail. Retail doesn't have it like that. I have two robotic vacuums in my house. One for upstairs, one for downstairs to deal with my furry fluff ball. Okay? It's out there. And guess what? Them fucking vacuum cleaners, I was a late bloomer. I got these things at the beginning of the year after I hit a nice return. And I couldn't stand cleaning up dog hair every day by myself with a Dyson. These things have been around a while, guys. So for you to think, let's just real quick. All right. Not to get too far into this rabbit hole, but while I got you guys here, and shout out, it looks like Shugyo 5000. Have you taken a look at Valhalla Odin on ETH? Baron Sue is the homie. That's a real mug right there. He has been in my DMs faithfully trying to get me to look at it. Not trying to, but putting this on my radar, Odin. Shout out Odin community. It is something that I've looked at, but I've only skimmed over. I haven't dug into it in detail. And I'll tell you, I've been on an honest, like a super honest streak. And here's why I haven't looked into it in thorough detail. Let me just say that there's a good chance that Odin has a very strong potential of running into the $1 billion market cap. Okay, I'll say that straight up. And this isn't a shill. This isn't for anybody to take that to heart and say that Daddy said this is going to billions. I believe that because it's a first mover, but the reason I haven't dove into it like crazy right now is I believe the timing is a little off. We're in a stage where everyone's trying to pump fun or chef something. And when we see that shift back to utility, I could see Odin being a real player. And I'm not saying that I'm not looking into it deliberately. I'm just saying that as of the moment, it's just been something that's been kind of on my back burner as I've been dealing with some other things going on. So, but shout out to Odin community. Valhalla looks really good. Looks really solid, especially on numbers. But shit, let me look at this real quick. I was wanting to show you guys this. Let me change over. So this is LG, and I feel like LG is not really one that a lot of people like would go to when they think of robotics, right? And why is that? Well, they deal with monitors, and they deal with electronics, house appliances and things like that. So I would get that. Let me find it real quick. I'm looking kind of like a dork right now because I'm not going exactly to it. I apologize, guys. I'm looking like a dork right now. Maybe it wasn't LG. Hold on. LG Robotics. Maybe it was just Samsung. No, here it is. I just couldn't find it because I didn't dig deep enough. So LG, I thought I'd seen this. LG is building Their own robotics people. Okay. Right. This is something y'all need to see and y'all need to be aware of. All right. This shit is happening. And I'm saying all this. I'm not trying to go off into a tangent. I'm not doing any of this. I was saying this to close my point on why XRT is my third bag. Okay. My third top pick. It doesn't matter to me. Doesn't matter to me if NVIDIA and Boston Dynamics partnered together and said, let's crush Optimus and Tesla. Let's crush the ServeBot LG. Let's crush Samsung's shit. And let's make a crypto related bot that does this and it runs off cryptocurrency. Wouldn't matter because XRT is the first mover. It's been there. For me, this is how I look at it. You could have a $1 trillion company come in and try to take this over. Does not matter. XRT is the first mover in crypto. It is a matter of fucking time for me until this project goes absolutely berserk. That's how I look at XRT. I also look at it as, like I told you guys at the beginning, I've done a lot of research into this project, like a lot. And these guys got it figured out. These dudes have the understanding on what this is. And real quick, let me show you guys. Of course, it's not that simple for me. Robonomics. Damn, it's been a while since I visited this website. Let me show you guys something real quick. Hopefully I can. Oh, cool. They've updated it again. They've updated this site like 3 times in the last. I swear they update this site like every quarter. Let me show you guys something real quick, and hopefully I can find this easier than I could find my last point cases. Check this out, guys. So XRT, they are not just robotics, okay? They are cloud solution. They are decentralized. Essentially, what they are is a decentralized way for people and companies to be able to operate robots without relying on these massive centralized entities like Amazon and Google. So there is absolutely market share for these guys to grow in. But let me show you guys this real quick. So there was this one thing that they did. They have essentially made it for production line. Why can't I find it? Sorry. Thank you guys for bearing with me. I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me today while I do this. There it is, FEEC. So if you guys want to do any more research on your own about this, I don't want to show this nonstop, but if you want, I believe you could go to, it was YouTube, and you can type in, I think it's Robonomics FEEC. Is that what it was? FEECC. And there's a company that's already using. Here it is. It's called Multi-Agent. I'm not even sharing it with you guys because I'm a dumb. Oh, are you guys able to see that? Yeah, you are. Cool. Okay. So FEECC, production quality. I'm not going to go and watch this while you guys are here on stream, but you can see. I'm going to take my mouse off, but look here. Okay. Look right there at the top right. Secure data logging storage. Okay. These guys are using XRT in a live setting. And what they're doing is they're able to identify what this company Multi-Agent from what I remember, they are essentially helping with production lines. So let me show you guys. This is how I would This is how I would do my research back in the day. So multi-agent systems is like the conglomerate that's building it, but there is a company that does they do, I think it's like surgical equipment. And so surgical equipment, if you guys aren't aware, surgical equipment is like very rigorous when they're building it, right? Because you're talking about life or death situations. So when doctor calls for scalpel, and they need that scalpel to cut, there that shit has got to be pristine. It has got to be perfect. It cannot be dull. It cannot be, you know, jittery. You know, that if anybody's ever used an X-Acto blade, you know that they can come loose at the end. Their tools, their drills, everything has got to be fucking grade A1 certified, created. Okay, it's got to be legit. So how do you do that? You got to stay on top of the supply chain. So I'm sorry, I'm again, I'm doing this live time with you guys, so you guys can kind of see how I do this. But there is a website. Here it is, multi-agent, and we go over here to projects. And I think it tells us where or who they are using this with. Endostars. Boom. So FEECC on Endostars production line. So we're going to go Endostars. And so this is not like super, super well known, but you can see that these guys create instruments and oh, that's not it. Sorry. It's really hard to find. These are always super hard to find. I can't remember how I found. Here we go. Here's their YouTube.
Endostars помогает врачам.
Not doing all that, but this is essentially the people that are using the XRT. So it's really cool to see that there are actual people using this shit. Okay. And that's just one, like, that's one use case out of, there's one, right? The air monitoring network. I don't know if you guys know or give a shit, but Robonomics air monitor. Robonomics has a, I don't think it's under Robonomics though. I think it's under something else. But anyway, it shows, it is so dope. It shows you the air quality of like different areas. Let me see if I can find that real quick, because I know it's super dope. Blockchain sensors map. Robonomics blockchain sensors map. I can't find it right now. I'm not going to spend too much time on that, but you can find that. It's super dope to see, and you can click on different parts of Europe and you can see the air quality and things like that. So super, super sick. Thank you for your thoughts. I appreciate it. Stay blessed. Hey, thank you, Shugyo, for being here. Really appreciate you guys. On Dex Tools, market cap says it is 670. Do you know real market cap? Michael, which token are you talking about, my friend? Can you put me on that and I'll take a look at it? By the way, if anybody wants me to take a look at anything, I really appreciate you guys a lot for being here. I'd be happy to take some live questions, live looks at any projects you guys may be looking at, give you guys honest feedback. My only thing is if I'm going to do that, you just like the thing, give it a thumbs up, and don't hate on me if I'm giving you honest feedback on something. XRT. Okay. Well, I do know that there is, the market cap gets pulled based on the liquidity within the pool as well. So depending on where you're seeing it at, like if you're looking on Dex Screener or Dex Tools,
You'll see here 4.5 million in this pool, 4.5 million in this pool. Let's look on CoinGecko real quick because I believe you. Let's see here, XRT. Yeah, and here it even says it's actually 6.6 million, which I would probably go with that being accurate, because I do know that there's exchange listings and things of that nature. So there's a good chance it's a little bit higher than that 4.5 million even, but the liquidity is there nonetheless. There's a pile of liquidity to be able to pull that out of. So does anybody have any tokens that they want me to take a look at? I'd be happy to look at them for a little bit. 11 likes on this. Listen, guys, I know for some people, they may look at that and laugh. I cannot thank you guys enough. The fact that I had 11 people that were interested in anything that I had to say, it means a lot to me. Even after doing this shit for 4 years, it means a lot. So I really appreciate you guys. Thank you. Sharing this stream around. I'm gonna do it for a little bit longer. I'm actually gonna go use the restroom real quick. I'd love to have you guys stay here with me and hang out. So I'm going to keep the stream going. I'm just going to use the bathroom real quick. Hang out here. Throw some questions here in the chat. It looks like we've got a few people rolling them in. Share this around. Let other people know I'm doing this, right? I want to get into doing these more often, like maybe once a week or so. But let me use the restroom real quick. Otherwise, I'm going to piss my pants, and I'll be right back with you guys. All right, guys. So let's see here. Take a look at IXS and trade. All right. Let's just do this from the top. Again, no judging. I preserve the rights to say whatever I want to say about them. IXS. Somebody put this on. This may have even been you. Somebody put this on my map a while back, not that long ago. Bear with me. So I'm going over this. Okay, so looks like it's part of the real world asset niche. So it looks like they're trying to tackle liquidity issues that may be around when DEX trading. Is that what I'm picking up here, Mike, on IXS? Let's see here. Obviously, I'm just looking at this max overview. Fuck. Probably our chart looks amazing. There's another one of those. I had said a while back. I mean, Blake, who's in the chat right now, I think as well. Shout out Blake. Thank you for being here, brother. Blake and I even had a freaking a show a while back before we renamed it, called Building in the Bear podcast, and that was one of my things. Was I really felt that projects that were around in the bear market and trying to build in the bear market were going to do extremely well in the bull market. That chart is something else, my man. I like that a lot, especially. Has there been any breaks in developments or any? Hang on, let me look at their Twitter. Sorry, I know you guys aren't being brought along for the ride as well. Look at the last week. Yeah, I mean, up pretty nicely so far this month, but overall, I mean, it's really nice to see that while the market's been taking a beating, this is one of the few that has not really eaten shit. So this is obviously getting a. Hey, stop that. Sorry, he got the snip, so I got to make sure he's not licking himself and, you know. Let's see here. Real quick. I know I said this a few times, but shout out to you guys. Thank you for being here. Looks like we've got 6 people tuning in. We've had 42 total people here. That means a lot to me. It's a first live stream. I don't care if there was 5 people that showed up. I really appreciate you guys. So thank you for being here. You share it around if you feel like it. IXS, this is nice. I'd like to see this. I'd like to see this in a full-blown bull market and what this can do. This is one of those where, especially when I look at this, right, and I see that it made all-time highs in March, you know, this tells me that if there is a secondary run that we're to see during this cycle, this probably has a chance of doing really, really well. Like I said in my earlier stuff, I don't really care about volume too much. I do care about liquidity. Let's see. Looks like majority of people are buying it through Uniswap. It's good to see. Let me see here real quick. Let's take a peek on DEX screener. You guys see the puppy? He says hello. He says thank you guys for being here, and thank you guys for giving thumbs up. Thank you guys for giving thumbs up. All right. Let's see here. Yeah, IXS looks really good. 257K volume, 2 million in liquidity. I mean, I'd say that's a little low, but it's really, it's really not. I mean, Desync has a lot more in volume, but I do know that developer was early on trying to make sure that there was a lot of liquidity flowing throughout that project. So yeah, I mean, Desync, I'm sorry, IXS swap. That's one that I'll put on my radar for sure.
Let me go ahead and slap it on my favorites here. Put it on my watch list. Shit. I'll stick that on my watch list. All right. I can get rid of this chib piece of shit. This token sucked. Give me a second, guys. Sorry, I want to get this piece of trash off here. I lost like 2 ETH on that. I'm an idiot. All right. Let's see here. And trade. Let's take a very quick look at trade. Is that poly trade? Poly trade. Welcome to Poly Trade Marketplace. Okay, so somebody's a fan of RWA projects. I see. All right. Some good partnerships off the bat. There's a lot to this. I feel like there's a lot that I need to go into to break this down. I'm going to take a look at the chart real quick. Hopefully it's another bullish one. It's not bullish. It's not like the other one, though. That is... All right, a couple things that I want to point out here. IXS, I like that too because it had a token supply of 180 million and its circulating supply was fully diluted at 180 million. At least that's what it said. Here we've got a good little bit left, so it looks like there's going to be some unlocks in the future. I would like to know more about those unlocks if you have that, Michael. It's locked for 5 years. Is there... So that still, in theory, leaves 13%. Is that... Okay. All right. Yeah, that would be my only question. Other than that, it looks pretty solid. It looks like they've been around since last cycle. Let me take a look at their Twitter. I'm assuming that they're still pretty active with things. I mean, these are just things I like to look at. It's crazy I hadn't heard of that, or maybe I did, and things just have been so busy with other things I haven't really paid attention. All right, yeah. So they're active. Last tweet is yesterday. Good shit. Yeah, this looks solid. Poly trade 875K trading volume, 20 million market cap. Surprisingly low for the market cap, but it's another one of those that people probably see it's been around since last cycle and they're probably judging it based on it being dinosaur. I mean, can't say for sure, but I like seeing... This is just me personally, and this is just something that this is kind of going against the grain with some people probably, or maybe this is... I don't know. Let me just say what I'm going to say. I feel like when I see trading more predominantly happening on dexes, that I know it's more genuine volume. And even though that can be kind of thwarted at times and it can be manipulated too, I feel like market makers are incentivized to use exchanges much more times than not. So when I see a lot of this coming from like on KuCoin, which that's not... I mean, KuCoin does good volume, period, but it would make me question a little bit if that is people trading it or if that's market makers. Which, I mean, again, market makers trade fucking Bitcoin and shit too. So It was only in India, I think, last cycle, not properly launched. Only launched on ETH properly this year. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's something I'd take a look more into. It's not. I like the other one you put on my radar a little bit more. To be honest with you, that IXS chart looks better. This one you're kind of depending on it doing a whole lot more with IXS. It seems to be in the new hotness, even though its market cap is significantly higher. It looks like it's because it's a niche project. That's why it's not doing way more in volume. So when it circles back, it should do well. So I like IXS. Yeah, IXS is solid. Shout out Mike. Thanks for being here, brother. Appreciate you. Shug, thoughts on Fed rate? Sorry, I'm just getting around to these as well. Shug, I don't know if you're still here or not, but I appreciate you asking. Thoughts on Fed rate cut and impacts on crypto? Well, I mean, just looking at the charts, it doesn't look like it did a whole lot, to be honest with you. I think we saw a little bit of movement, and then it seemed to kind of like shit back out. Yeah, because it was like 51K. I should have kept my short open. God damn it. It was like 61K when I was looking at shorting it. Or like right at 60 something K. But I closed it because I was like, well, it could scam pump. Of course. I had a feeling it was going to. Honestly, man, I feel like a lot of people factored it in a little bit. Shout out. Thank you for being here still, dude. Thank you guys. I feel like there's probably a core group of people that have sat here to listen to me fucking talk the last little bit. So thank you guys. But yeah, I do think that we had priced this in. And then my bias on that obviously is confirmed now, but I had a little bit of confluence there. The Flow Horse is somebody I listened to and listened to his trading advice quite a bit. He had said like a week ago that he thought that this was going to be priced in, or this was going to be a sell the news event off the rip. I had a feeling that, because I forget who came out and said it, but we had seen such an extreme reaction. And what I mean by extreme is, I mean, you can see here, it went up to 61K. That's not super extreme, but when we were teetering and kind of crabbing for a little bit, here between 56 and 64, and we finally get a nice break up, people think, oh, well, that's it. Everybody gets bullish on that shit. And I don't like being the perma bull anymore. I'm not a fucking bear by any means either. I do short, but I'm bearish short term in downtrends, and I'm bullish when you guys are going to laugh, but I get bullish when we get to the bottom of these, and we're finally getting to an area where it does seem like we're getting like kind of bottomed out, but also we haven't hit 44K yet. That would be for me full bottom and like a real bottoming out. So I don't think the Fed rate cut's going to have too much impact. I think we priced it in already. I think now here we are again, scrambling for another fucking catalyst. And that's what, man, I used to just be a perma bull. I was a perma bull for a really long time, honestly, until I started losing a lot of money that way. And now I just try to trade for what I see it in. Let me get this pulled up so we can take a look at it together on my good shit. So rainbow trend indicator, this is on the 15-minute. 15-minute bulls are currently winning. We've had some bullish order blocks come in. Where the fuck did I go? There it is. Where did it go? Oh, I'm not even on that screen. Sorry, guys. Good Lord. Here we go. Sorry, I'm not used to the YouTube live stream. I'm still working this out. 15-minute chart here. We're still bullish. So to give you guys an idea on how these candles are read, this is your moving average here from Rainbow Trends, their main indicator. This is just moves as like a moving average. I don't know the exact time that they have it set to. I haven't dug into it that deep. If I had to guess, it's probably 30 day, but I could be completely wrong. But anything
let me see here. No. I'm lying to you. Sorry. Back the fuck up. Right here. This line right here is the moving average line. This, I forget what this is. I think this is just a momentum indicator along with the different moving average. But this is this thin line right here. If you guys can see, hopefully you guys can see it. This thin line is the main moving average. So anything above this is going to show green candles, and then anything below green, blue, purple, or pink, that's this one's heat cycle. That's the profitable ones. And then below is going to be red, orange, yellow, and white for extreme. So let me show you guys what I'm talking about here. So this is Bitcoin on the 4-hour, and you can see where these colors are getting pretty radical and shit. Shugyo, black screen friend. I think I fixed that. Can you guys just double check and let me know that I'm not being a complete fucking idiot right now? And let me know that this is, you guys can see the rainbow screen. I'm so sorry. I'm so stupid. I really appreciate you guys dealing with me. Okay, cool. So this is on the 4-hour, and obviously when you're trading trends, this is really what you're into and what you're really looking for here. So the reason I had originally taken the short on here was we were coming up on this area already, and I had took the short here and I closed it. I closed it in profits, but it was like, you know, it wasn't that great. I'd made it like a few $100. It was on leverage. So, but I did that because we're seeing a rejection that we've already kind of seen from this area here. And so those Fed rate cuts, man, they can be super, super scammy. And it's also like they use these news events to really help position them for different setups throughout the different timelines. So for instance, if you had looked at this this big sell-off on the 4-hour, let's look at that in the 5-minute, right? Look how fucking bullish that looked. Look how bullish that candle looked closing there, right? But then they're able to reset all their fucking timelines as soon as they nuke it back down a few candles later. So going back to our main one here, I want to show you guys these colors, and this is Rainbow Trends. I really fuck with this. Shout out Rainbow Trends, shout out Rainbow Run. I appreciate you guys putting this together, tools like this for me to be able to use. So what I'm looking at here, there's two different things potentially here. So you're seeing an RSI bottom, or you saw that in the past, and it didn't call it here, so it's not perfect. But you saw it call it here, you saw it call it here. It's giving you an idea that the RSI is bottomed out, and this is a good reset point. Okay, but none of these are bulletproof, right? If these were bulletproof, I love you guys, but I wouldn't be here talking to you all. I would be on an island somewhere doing other shit, right? But these are pretty good indicators on when to position or exit out of the market. All right, so here you have here's our main line that I was talking about, where it moves throughout. And one thing you'll notice is that it comes back to this line more times than not. So when I'm trading, I'm usually scalping a lot of these, especially on leverage. I'm in and out. But when we're looking at like a trend and a long-term based trend here for more investing purposes, you've got this trend line here. And so you can see that it broke through. Let me see if I can zoom in here. Get over here a little bit. So you can see it originally broke through, wasn't very convincing here, right? And so the red is just a normal candle. And these candles are dictated by the sell pressure that comes in that time frame within, yeah. So it basically, let's say within this 4 hours, if there is an insane amount of sell pressure coming through, it dictates it based off of the color wave here. So you can see that you had normal amount of selling pressure here. It broke below, and then you started seeing that it was a little bit more than your normal amount of sell pressure, right? It got a little bit not only deeper in price, but more people were selling in this time frame than any of these 4-hour time frames before it. All right. So when it tested back up here, all right, so it's important not to be too hasty here. All right. It tested back up here. It tested back to this range, this moving average, and it had initial sell-offs again. And then it started developing stronger sell-offs, and then it started shifting colors. Now, when it starts shifting colors like this, and it starts getting more into the yellows and the whites. The yellows and the whites are violent sells. It means there is a ton of selling going on in these areas. Okay. But it also is giving you a good idea of, hey, it's time to start placing your fucking bids somewhere in here. Now, you don't always, I will tell you straight up, you do not always get the bounce right away into this. Again, this is not like, oh, you buy the whites, and I'm probably going to get canceled for saying that. You buy the whites and, it bounces immediately, just goes up. That's not how this works. Okay. But it does give me an idea, especially when I look over, okay, and I see that in the same area before, now we were in an uptrend though, but in the same area before, we were getting some decent buys in here, right? We had some good buys coming through, and then all of a sudden we had some really interested buyers, right? And we know that because the color shift, there's a lot of strength coming in here. You had the light blue and you had the purple, and then here's your pink top indicator. Hey, things are starting to slow down a little bit, but it's not perfect. Pink means start selling shit. It means start looking at making an exit, which here, from here to here, if you had leverage on, damn, you'd have made a lick. With a 25x or a 50x, you'd have made a lick on this move, right? But you can see that the strength actually here started selling. It started tapering off a little bit. You can see the heat started to drop. So you had from pink to purple to blue. And so let me show you guys where I see those at and where I'm getting those, where I'm getting that baseline from. Wish there was a way for me to share multiple screens with you guys, but unfortunately here we are. So again, for you guys that give a shit, I see a few of you are still here, so apparently you care enough to hang around. I use these quite frequently. I don't think it's very expensive for these. I think it's only like a few bucks a month. But I'm not telling you guys to even go purchase these. I'm wanting you guys to see what I'm seeing here, so you guys know kind of what I'm viewing. So, yeah. So looking over here at more recent and what I see with Bitcoin, what's happening with Bitcoin, we're getting this really nice little up movement. But the problem that I'm seeing here is as we're moving into this trend line, we're not seeing the strong movements. We're not seeing a ton of people buying here. So this leads me to believe that the question from Shug about my thoughts on the Fed. Oh shit, of course I'm not on that screen anymore. So you guys didn't see any of the squigglies that I just did. I promise I'm going to be better. I'm going to be better. There we go. So again, on the 4-hour, you can see it broke north of the main moving average here. Golden pocket on the 4-hour is still this 57.3. In my opinion, it's going to fill this 57 between 57 and 56.9, 57.3 and 56.9. That's where I'm looking to short. So I'll show y'all real quick, so I'm not bullshitting. And if I end up getting fucking ass pummeled on this, I'll let y'all know too. I'm no bitch. But we're at a really, really interesting area. Well, I'll tell you what, I have an ETH short opened. Let me close that. So I'm going to be a man of my word and do exactly this.
All right, so I'm running a 50x short right now on Bitcoin. Hang on tight. I'm going to show y'all that I'm not bullshitting. And I'm not suggesting this isn't for anybody to go follow. Don't be fucking stupid like me. I'm going to lose it all on stream. Just kidding. Hopefully I'm not. But again, these are higher time frame movements. All right. So anything this wicked out on the news that the Fed rate cuts were happening. So for me, I'm cutting this bitch short right here. I'm closing this thing out at 61.5 is where I will close this trade out at. Okay. If it goes that way. So let me get this short set up. So, and what I'm seeing here, what I'm doing right now is I'm actually being a little bit more proactive than I probably should. I really should probably wait for a reaction here. And so that's actually what I'm going to do. I don't need to lose money for fucking my friends here on 7 Stream on Clout. That'd be really fucking retarded, actually. Don't cancel me. Don't. Hopefully YouTube Live didn't catch that. So what I'm thinking here is something more along the lines of this. Before we see any more up movement. Hopefully you guys can see that red squiggly. I know I've black screened you guys a few times. I'm sorry about that. That's what I'm seeing. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to take this short setup so I can really set myself up for the best risk reward ratio on this. Let me give you guys a short position here so you can see that I'm not bullshitting. So the goal for me is I'm going to try to catch this at, let me see here. I want to catch the trade. I don't want to try to get this perfectly because I'm not going to ever do that. And if it closes, especially if it closes below here, I think that could be a nice little strong movement down after that. So I want to be in this trade. Let's call it 59,750. No, that's what that's. I'm sorry. I'm being such a fucking idiot. I was reading down here. Let's call it. Let's call it 60,100 is where I'm going to put my trade in for this. So give me a second here. And again, I fucking suck at futures trading, so don't do this. We're doing a 50x cross leverage. All right, so y'all can see real quick that I'm not bullshitting. Good God. All right. Hopefully you guys can see that. Not that it really matters, but yeah, I think that we see a nice little move down after we do not even a retest, but just a move up from there. I think that we're going to see a move down to that golden pocket. So I like that. I like that play. That's what I'm going to stick with. I tend to try to fade the news a little bit on that. Let me show y'all something else real quick. And then I'm going to go downstairs and get me a drink of water. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. I know we've been kind of cruising and cooking for a little bit, 2 hours on this stream, but I really appreciate you. Graph starting to move. If you have time to take a look, volatile, but up 70% on the day. Damn. All right. Yeah, I don't even know what graph does. I've seen that a lot. Blake, I don't know if you're still here. I appreciate you if you are. DKC as well. Thank you for being here still. Let me take a look. I'm going to go grab a drink of water real quick, and then I'll be right back. I really appreciate you guys being here still.
All right, guys. Thank you. Thank you for still hanging out here with me. I know this is going on a little bit, but I think I'm gonna start doing these more often. I honestly, I get more joy out of doing these live streams and just kind of hanging out, putting no real pressure on myself to do any video edits and just really chilling with you guys. So I really appreciate you guys being here. I'm sure I'll do some little clips and edits and blurbs and stuff like that from here. But yeah. So anyway, yeah, I took a trade setup at 60,100. Honestly, I really feel like I should probably move that up because I do know it's going to test that. It's not, I don't know, but I have a good feeling it's going to test that. So let me show you guys this short setup. I'm going to probably actually move my numbers around a little bit. So take it here just in case it doesn't come all the way up at the top. We are looking to be down into this golden pocket. And we are going to be out at 61.5. So risk reward on this is a 3.35 for me. That's good enough. Yeah, I like that. I'm gonna move I don't need to be in it, like I said. Sometimes you got to walk yourself through the trade, even if you've been doing this for a long ass time. So hold on. Shardy B Shardy B literally just posted that same, not the same setup, but she's saying the same thing. She's saying the 4 hour looks like shit right now. So this may be one of those that I take the trade at I'm going to leave it at the 60,100 in case it comes up to touch that. And, but I think we're going lower. I think we're going to go down to test 57 again at minimum, maybe 55. Because here's the thing, guys, is this isn't, that's like being safe area. You know, if you want me to be completely honest with you, like we're at a 3 tap on downward support. So it's either going to do one of these where the red already is. Okay, let me change the color up here. I guess you can see another one. It'll do something similar where it could break down before seeing a move up, or we end up getting one of these brutal fuckers, like something like this, because it's the 3rd tap and it's just done. So, and a lot of y'all might think I'm crazy, but that could be the wipe that's needed, you know, coming into election time and everything like that. We reset and then we see a strong Q4. I don't know. I mean, no one fucking knows, but that's, guys, I want to be bullish. I want to be super bullish, but we're holding on to narratives on things that are just not happening at the moment. I mean, we really need a Trump presidency if we want to see number go up in the market. If you want me to be honest, I'm not trying to get political with anybody here today, but that's how I feel about my bags on that end. I want to look at, here we go. So here on GMX, this is something I like to take a look at on occasion. This is a lot tighter than I was expecting. That's what he said. This is, you've got $52 million in longs open and you've got 49 million in shorts open. So this isn't tried and true, but I made a few tweets about this a while back. I mean, this was like years ago, like 2 or 3 years ago. About 2 years ago, probably, when GMX was first coming out. And that 52 million number, you know, when that thing's like 152 million to like, you know, 50 million in shorts, I know it's time to short. I know it's time to short because there's so much better probability of those longs getting rinsed than there are the shorts. Okay. I have been I'm not I don't day trade actively. I do it as like a hobby. And I do this side of it for fun. But that, uh, I don't think I've ever really seen the shorts outweigh the longs. I'm sure there has been times, obviously, that's happened, but most times, most people want to make the money by longing, right? I mean, respectably so, I get it, but there's a lot more reason for that liquidity to get rinsed, and a lot more reason for those people to get just absolutely washed. Um, doing that. Let me show you all something real quick. Let me bounce back over to my trading view. Let me show you guys something. So I'm sure a lot of you guys are familiar and aware. Let's just pull up Bitcoin. I'm sure you guys have seen this. So I've got a few different indicators. I'm super blessed to have connections with people and see these things. So let me show you guys this real quick. This is one I have, and I don't use this a whole lot because it's the more indicators you use, the more complicated things get and the more jumbled things get. But let me see. I always fucking forget which ones they are, so I have to pull them all up and then get rid of the ones that I don't use. All right, yeah, as you can see, this is what I was saying. There's a lot to this. All right, no. Bear with me, guys. Thank you. So there is one that I'm missing right now. Oops. Oh shit! It's this one down here. I'm such a fucking idiot. All right, there we go. So this one shows us, keeps things nice and simple within the time frame of what's going on. All right, so right now from here we're in a short. Okay, you can see we topped out, and this is on the 4 hour still. Normal candles back on. I took the rainbow candles off so everybody can kind of see what's going on here. So we got a lot of buying in this area back here. Okay, this is so far. Someone could argue that this is the area of support. Is where the volume's coming in at. So you can see we're still pretty high up here at this 59. I'm actually going to jump the gun. Y'all are going to laugh, but it went up to 60,000. I think that's where we're going to top at for at least this 4 hours. So I am going to close out that order, and I am going to market open a short here with you guys on stream. Say fuck it, 2 tiers in the bucket. Let's roll. Yeah, because it's 60,000 right now. Let's see what she gives. Let's see what she gives. But what I was getting at is we're in a downtrend. You can see it because, again, it's doing the Fibonacci's now for retracement. So what I was looking for initially was, I think I had told you guys, where's that golden pocket at? There we go. Golden pocket's right down here. Now it's a little bit below this 786, but I have a feeling that we're going to still make that move down this way. So we're just going to be patient right now. I mean, honestly, for me right now, it would be pretty fucking stupid to take this short. And I'm going to say that like that because every single indicator is flashing bullish on the 4 hour right now. So while that can change any moment, everybody should know that by now if you've been in here for more than a couple of weeks. Like, see, look, I've my punched myself in the fucking mouth. My $60,100 bids that I just had to fill. I just canceled. I didn't short him. I didn't put a short in yet. I'll let y'all know when it happens. But yeah, I think we are. Let me get rid of all this shit again. It's just too much to deal with. Let's see what happens on this. Obviously, I'm not going to hang out here for 4 hours and chill with y'all, but I'm taking that short at this trend line. And like I said, I will close it at 61.5 regardless, because if it blows past this, then this obviously wasn't the double top that we were thinking it was. So I'm going to do where it rejected off of these two at. It's at 60,744. Let's do 60,650. So we can be in that trade, hopefully. All right. 60,650 is where we're going to enter that. We're opening that short as placed. So we'll see what happens there. Yeah, let's crypto talk. What's up, big dog? Someone had said, I think it was Blake was talking about quick intel. Is that you? The ninja reminded me of Silent Ninja. I don't know where I saw that. Was that maybe on Twitter? I'm not sure. Let me see here. I did, if you guys wouldn't mind helping a brother out, I'm going to be on here for a little bit longer. So I'm enjoying doing this stream because these streams, these live streams are a lot easier for somebody like me. They can just get on here and have a good time with you guys. I'm not, me and CF never do any scripts. We never do any of that shit. I can hang out with my dog and I don't have to worry about editing him out, so I can save, 15, 20 seconds, of editing so that I can keep y'all's attention for a video. This is just me being raw and real with you guys in live time. You know what I mean? So, and I think Luxo likes that too. He likes that. He likes it. I did on quick intel, but had forgotten their chart is short from a migration. Yeah. Guys, let me put y'all on quick intel. I don't own a bag of this any longer, but I'm going to shill quick intel because the developer behind it's such a good dude. He is one of the few in this business that is a no nonsense, very down to earth. I don't really know how to describe it. There's not many people in this space that I really mess with. Like I really care to hear what they're developing or future developments and stuff like that. But he's one of the few. And I know he's out of the States here. And I had a call with him a while back when I was looking at his stuff. And this is when quick intel was like 200K. And I had sold, full disclosure, I sold that bag at I think like a $2 or $3 million market cap. It was like a 10x. And if you guys have been here since close to the beginning of the stream or caught any of the beginning of the stream, then you would have seen that I'm not in it. I'm not in this to make the 20, 30, 50 X's. I'm in this now to make the 5 to 10 X's on these. And when I found this guy at 200X or 200K, 300K, I even told Blake, I said, I can't talk about this because I don't want to, I'm not abusing my power of, people just sending it to a 2X overnight. That's not the way KOL should really do that shit on low caps like that. Have I done it before? Yes. This was before I really knew any better and knew that things really worked like that. And, I didn't even capitalize on shit like that. So regardless, to my point, quick intel. I'm going to pull that up for you guys real quick so you can check that out. Quick intel is the jam. I really like these guys and what they're doing. They have been at the forefront of the AI movement since literally the very beginning. And chart's not going to really show a whole lot here. It doesn't do it justice. But let me tell you all this. The developer had put something out a while back in one of Vitalik's posts about Vitalik was saying that he wanted to see more projects like,
that were helping in the space, as opposed to projects that were like hindering the space and just taking, like, he wanted people giving value, not extracting it. And Ninja Dev, who's the developer of Quick Intel, he had said something to him, was like, this is the kind of tool we're building. And Vitalik responded to him and was like, I wrote an entire segment on how there should be more, projects like what you guys are doing, what you're building. And so, I'm not saying that, Vitalik gave them the endorsement or anything. I don't even have a bag of this anymore. And it's not, any reason other than I'm just very, very, very tight on my liquidity and where I'm concentrating that at the moment. But Ninja Dev is a very good dude, and he is he's one of those guys that he just does not rest. I mean, he just works non-freaking stop, and that chart's not going to be there for long. Mark my words. I really think that this is bottomed out for them. So I think Quick Intel will see its day. I probably actually should get a bag now that I'm, I guess, publicly talking about it. But I like these guys a lot. They do really good work. What they do that I really like. There was a tool that I used to use a lot, and I've kind of stopped. I've just backed away a lot from crypto, in case you guys hadn't picked up on that lately. Just being dad and doing dad shit, and, trying to make sure my kid doesn't see his dad with his freaking phone in his hand all the time, being a fucking KOL. It's so stupid. But I haven't really been focusing on crypto a whole lot. But when I was like grinding this shit in and out every day, all day, Quick Intel and their tools was one that I was using quite a bit. They had a tool that allowed me to find multiple wallets that were, so I could put in, like, for example, I could put in 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 different wallets. I forget. It was a good bit of them. And it would put them all together, and it would find if there was any common tokens that they had purchased throughout there. And then it would kind of be able to give me an idea on if I, was able to find like a group of people or like insiders. And that helped me to make some good like copy trades in Maestro when I was trying a strategy out there. So, but then on top of that, their main thing is an AI safety tool that you put in, a contract on literally any fucking chain. That's their claim to fame, is that they do any fucking chain. I mean, if there's a chain that's made tomorrow, somehow he's going to have that thing ready to read it and read contracts that are coming off of it the next day. So shout out to Quick Intel. They do good work. I see our numbers are fluctuating around a little bit as well. I don't think I even have the honest number on here, because from what I see with total views, it's much higher than what's been coming in. So just want to say thank you guys for being here and tuning in, even if at all. Share it around if you wouldn't mind. I'm just chilling, having fun, talking crypto with you guys, talking honest thoughts with you guys. And the only thing I'll ask is if you guys just share it and give this segment a thumbs up. It helps the algorithm, helps me get popped up on other lives. So I like Quick Intel a lot. Chart looks like shit, but it also looks bottomed out. So I think it has a chance to do some work here real soon. He's honest, real, working to protect this. But yeah, he is with that AI tool. Sorry, that's kind of what I got off track with. So basically, you can put in the contract address and put in his safety tool and read through, and it'll help you find vulnerabilities or reasons maybe to get out, and reasons to take questions to the developer and say, hey, what is this in here for? What is that in here for? All this shit. So yeah, shout out to Ninja Dev. Really, 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 really solid guy. I like him a lot. Blake, if you don't mind, I think you're still in here. If you don't mind, can you drop this? Would you drop this live into the CDC chat, just in case any of those boys missed it? Thank you guys for being here. Numbers are tuning up a little bit, so I guess some shares are going out. Really appreciate you guys. I can't do these talks without y'all. It means a lot that any of you guys are here listening to anything that I have to say. So I appreciate you guys again. Thumbs up on the video if you guys wouldn't mind. But yeah, I'm taking questions. Anybody wants to hop in the chat? I'm just kind of chilling, vibing, hanging out with you guys. It looks like we have thoughts on Netmind.
Netmine's not one I've ever really taken the time to look at, and mainly because there's a certain point that I feel like when I see a chart that has been like triple tapped like this, it makes it really. Let me make sure I'm on the right one because I saw that was on. I think that may have just been on a different chain. Yeah, it looks like same shit. So it's one of those, again, chart looks fucking brutal, man. Chart looks awful. I mean, I personally wouldn't buy any of this, but I've seen a lot of people. The main reason I never bought any Netmine, y'all are going to laugh. I think it was like XT or XX, one of those exchanges that this thing had gotten listed on. And it was like nothing. I mean, it was in like the pennies. And I was dicking around and messing with something else, and I didn't end up buying this. And I saw it exploded to like, yeah, up here, like I want to say 100 million or so, or close to it. And I was so mad. I was like, I'm good. Like I could care less to ever research that token again. And fucking, I'm pretty certain that I guess as of right now, that was a good thing I never really averaged in, but I hadn't taken the time to look in. AI season is very niche, and I have my AI tokens already picked out with Fold on AVAX and Desync, to be completely honest with you. And last cycle, I joined a lot of tokens just to be part of the part of the culture, help grow my following and stuff like that. In the most respectful way, I don't care to do that this time. This time, I'm ready to secure financial freedom for myself and for my family, and I'm trying to be as smart as I can. So there will be certain times that I'll get involved, but it has to make sense for me. It has to be doing like insane volume. It has to have a social presence that's really just astounding and really driving me and having me want more. Those are the things that I need to see when I'm buying down here. Like I said, like when I look at a chart like Luxo, for instance, because I know, I mean, even though it's been around a whole lot longer, it has a similar chart. I see the sentiment on Luxo and what they're about and how they've been building it. That's the main reason I've been averaging into there a little bit more lately. But yeah, other than that, I'm not a fan of Netmine only because of I saw it run away from me like that. But when I see it have a huge run up like that and then a gnarly retrace, I mean, not on Luxo anymore, on Netmine here, like I can't even draw Fibonacci on that to try to justify like a 0.786 because we know it's so far beyond that. So sorry to anybody holding that mind. We're not meaning to deliberately shit on your bags. It's just one that I personally wouldn't have any interest in it. But I mean, in fairness, it does look like it's bottoming. But again, shit. One could argue that it's making lower lows here. So until a lower high is established, people could say I'm being picky and whatnot. But again, you go back to even here with Fold. You've got lower highs being. I'm sorry, higher lows being put in. Let me mark them real quick so everybody can clearly see. I mean, I'm assuming most people can identify these by now, but I don't want to assume either. So, right, higher low here based off the established one there. We had a higher low here, or I'll put our higher low down here. Technically, we have that right here. So, that's really where we need to. These are the things that we need to be looking at. I understand that volume is $12,000, and I look at that and I go, yeah, I know that's not ideal, right? It's not one of those that's in the money on volume right now, but at the same time, I know that and I'm surprised there's not more AVAX people here. I was really hoping that I was going to have some more. Let me drop this, guys. If you guys don't mind, I'm going to take just a quick second and drop the live stream to my arena chat as well. So hopefully some of the homies come through. All right. I really appreciate you guys again. I know I've said that multiple times throughout the stream, but these streams don't happen without y'all. So I appreciate you guys again. We're actually coming up on almost 75 views total for the stream. So genuinely appreciate everyone that's taking time out of their day to be here with me. So yeah, I do not care. Thank you, Blake, for sharing this in all those groups as well. I appreciate it. I've not bought in yet. Was just looking at it as the new BlackRock AI fund announcement. So my thought on the BlackRock fund announcement is that one thing I've learned in crypto is that if it's already established and they can't have majority of the ownership at whatever base layer price, whether it was a seed round, a funding round, whatever. If they can't have that, they don't want anything to fucking do with it. So I would be amazed. That's one of my theories for anybody that gives a shit to hear this very briefly on Energy Web and why I think Energy Web has done so dog shit. Energy Web was originally given the opportunity by a handful of node runners to buy in at like a seed round. They bought in at 50 cents. The price went up. Chico Crypto talked about it. I think it ran up to 20 something dollars. Worst performer in the fucking market. Did terrible altogether. It's back to like $1 something. Long story short there, BlackRock has actually name dropped Energy Web in formal format. And so my theory there, and I'm not really holding much Energy Web anymore. I've been disappointed all around in that. But my thought there was, I think that Energy Web is and RMI, Rocky Mountain Institute, which is the parent company of Energy Web. I think that there is a possibility that BlackRock said, we're interested, but we're not buying at these prices. And this was a while back when that article was made, and people think that just because these companies have billions and trillions of dollars that they manage, that they're just going to buy your bags. And that's not how this works, because if they come in and buy your bags, you bought at X amount of market cap. There's still, depending on the holders, hundreds, thousands of people that bought before you, unless you were the floor level, right? So you think about it. If BlackRock comes in and they buy all these bags up and they're buying everybody's bags, okay? That means all these fucking people are rich now. It does not work like that, friends, right? There's reasons that we're seeing multi-month capitulation right now in this market. There's a reason that the market makers got together and said, let's front run this fucking halving. Let's send the price of Bitcoin, because no one's going to know at this point what the fuck's going on. And it breaks the cycle. It breaks the people have gotten so used to, oh, well, every 4 years we know that this is going to happen. And after the halving, this is going to happen. And it's like, what the fuck, man? Like, how could you? I don't know. I'm not going to rant on that too much. But yeah, I don't think that I'll be very surprised if BlackRock buys anything related to crypto whatsoever in the AI sector, to be completely honest with you, Mike. I have a feeling that they're going to stay private with like Boston Dynamics and NVIDIA, and they'll work with those two to create some, absolute behemoth powerhouse of a project, that's not even crypto related. Tim, you still bullish on Zero AI? I am. I don't talk about it much, only because I don't know when you hopped in here, Tim. I've been playing dad hardcore lately. My son kind of voiced to me. He's 8 now, and he's voiced to me, hey pops, you're on your phone a little too much. And that was it. That was the only conversation that he needed. That was the only thing he needed to say. So, I'm a good dad. I won't sit here and pat my back
and things like that. I've made mistakes. I've made parenting mistakes. Parenting doesn't come with a handbook, but when your kid tells you, hey, you know, I need you to um, not pay attention to me, because that wasn't the problem, but I think it was, you know, every time that you know, there was just really him and I time. I know that this market can take a turn, you know, at any point, and so I've had to make some adjustments to my strategy, all around, and kind of just let some money work more long term for me. Um, Let me just talk on zero AI for a second, though. Zero AI, number one, I love the concept of it. It's I really like that the text to create, the text to generate. I think that is it's it's got its place. And now keep in mind, I know I had said, anybody that's listening to this, I had said I was extremely bullish on this a while back, and I really am. But there's as as this space evolves, so do I learn new things. I have new understandings of things and how they work, and how things should work, or how money flows. And one thing I've learned is that you know, there needs to be a revenue stream outside of just crypto on things like this. And so you were able to do like subscriptions and things, but like the hardest part about this is you have number one. Let me say this. Let me start with the good. It is it stands out very much from its competitors because it's really good. I've used it. I've used it quite a bit, actually. But the issue that I have here is that you're able to do this on a like you're able to do this on a means of like a phone app. So anybody that caught the beginning of my stream, or the stream that was prior to this one, because I fucked it up, um, I'm not able to, like, developers are building apps and features for apps quicker than they're building them for computers and such. For instance, if I want to do a YouTube live segment with crypto fundamentals, I have to actually host it from my phone. If I can do it from my computer, I've not figured out how to. So they're introducing new features via app on your phone more than they're doing it on computers. And so we're at a real inflection point, in my opinion, on all of these different projects. You got so many of them right now. The AI and the DPIN, all these different projects that we've seen, reminds me a lot of like DeFi Summer 2020, when everyone was trying to build something and people were getting things out. But it's become a lot more clustered. And but I guess what I'm getting at with this in particular is we need to have dApps. We need to have these things where people are able to use these freaking projects. They're able to use these actual, you know, utility projects, and they're able to use them. Keyword, use them. You know, utility is supposed to have meaning. It's supposed to have use, right? But if we need to have specific apps or dApps to be able to run these things through. And until you start seeing more of that happening, you're not going to have a whole lot of expansion on the price of your token at that. So real quick, let me pause and say there was a few people that hopped in here since the last time I called it out. Thank you guys for joining. Thank you guys for being here. Really appreciate you guys giving a shit for anything that I have to say. So shout out for you guys for being here. Thank you. If you want to do any requests for me to look at anything or talk about anything in particular, run it up in the chat. We're having a good discussion there. And please give the video a like. To end my analysis here, though, on Zero AI, I like the project. I do. I do not like its chart. Let me be real as fuck with you boys on that. I do not like that chart here. We are now at, make sure I get it straightened. We're now at a point where I'm going to get shit on for saying this. I know I am at some point, but
It reminds me a lot of when Hitmaker had its fallout. I was charting this one a lot, and it had this nice steady way it was going until it just fell down and it just could not maintain. And it happened up here. I really thought this was going to do something. You can see where I was expecting it to go. I really was. I was expecting more accumulation here, especially with how tight it pocketed up here, and things just weren't happening. Things weren't delivering. And so once it broke like a critical structural level, and I didn't even mark it here because I just stopped, but you could see really where this was. Right. And you had a few different cases where it bounced there, bounced there, bounced there, bounced there, bounced there. But then it got brutal, man. And so I'm not saying that I can't compare those two because it's not the same thing. But I do believe that we need to get Zero AI back on track quickly for it to see some sustainability. Otherwise, I think we're going to see some of that Hitmaker type PA. But I do think that I like Zero AI. I like them a lot. It's been like 2 months since I've used anything on there. Like I said, I've been playing dad hardcore, but I like the bot. You can do anything with the bot, with the text to image generation. It's generative AI. So it's put a command in and yeah. So I think, I think I'm going to definitely get that short that I was looking for earlier. It looks like Trump just tweeted that he paid for a beer at a bar with Bitcoin. Say that 5 times fast. A beer at a bar with Bitcoin. Beer at a bar with Bitcoin. It's not that hard, I guess. But anyway, I'm going to keep my short open. I still think we're going to see a fallout on that. Thank you guys a lot for being here. It means a lot to me. I know we're 2 hours and 40 minutes in. Some of you guys just tuning in. Thank you. Those that have been here most of this time, really appreciate you guys. It means a lot that you guys are here with me. I was trying to find my water. I was scrambling. I was struggling. I'm trying to do these more often. I'm going to try to do them more often, even without crypto fundamentals here. Just so you guys can get an insight on how I'm looking on at certain things. We are going to start giving y'all some brutal truths on things. We're pretty much over. We're over the cookie cutter scene. Everybody's happy about everything. Everybody's, a new project comes out and it's giddy. It's this, it's that. I'm bullish on our space, but we've got to have a point where we say, okay, this is what's different about this one. Nothing. Okay, next. Let's not give it any more attention than that, right? So sorry to say that while Zero AI is up still. That's not what my purpose. I don't have any beef with this. With this, I think the concept to me is still really good. I just think that we need to get back, hold above this level here. We see below level here. We're making new lows down into the already couple $100,000 market cap, and heading into Q4 where arguably the most of the money is made in the space. That's not where you want to be. You want to be at the higher end of things. So, yeah, I see a few people have shared this on Twitter. Thank you guys a lot for being here. If you will, please give this a thumbs up. Helps the algorithm, helps get a few more people in here that may not have seen it or been invited or had this shared too. But yep, we're at 76 views total now. Appreciate you answering. I've been following you the last 2 years. So shout out, Tim. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Drumatar, BlackRock should start their own token. Well, okay, here's the thing. I would like to see that because that's one of those that number would go up. But here's the thing. Here's the truth on this. If BlackRock launched a token, they would do an 80 to 90% bundle on the supply. All right. And then you'd have people fudding it to death. People saying, oh, you got 80, 90% of supply. But that's just them generally understanding how economics works. And if you're wanting a token with number go up, the bundle thing, as long as the developer's not a piece of shit, is I think that's like yeah, I don't know. This spitting out diarrhea from my mouth now. I think my convo about quick intel covered over my graph request if you're up for it. Yeah, hell yeah, Blake. And Care Bear, thank you. No, thank you, Care Bear. I appreciate you being here. Thank you guys for sharing this around. I know I put this in my arena. I've put this in some other places, so I genuinely appreciate you guys taking time to be here with me and just going through these. We're up to 17 likes. Huge. Thank you guys again. I really, really appreciate that a lot. Let's take a look at graph for Blake, and then I'm going to use the restroom again really quick. I took an Adderall earlier, so I could make sure that I wasn't everywhere if you guys didn't tell. Something tells me that you are not talking, and maybe you are. Are you talking about graffiti, Blake? What the fuck is this? I know you said it was up pretty big on the day, but I know that this is not usually your style of play. This is an interesting one. We might have just stumbled upon this one by accident. Look at this. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. So this one was launched in May. This had a pretty normal. It wasn't like a sharp double top correction, but it looks like it corrected a good little bit. It has broken its downtrend. It seems pretty good, if you want to call it that. You got some volume shaping up here. Got some volume coming in. Are we finding gold live, boys and girls? What the fuck we got going on here? Let me look at the website. Or is this Blake? Is this what you were talking about? Yeah. Okay. Shout out Blake. I see it. Yes, sir. Shout out Blake for finding us some gold. Looks like this is interesting. So liquidity ratio is solid. One thing I do like to look at, and I haven't on the last few, is the locked liquidity, but I just assume they're all locked these days. They just get fucked off the rip. People know better. Locked or burned. Locked until May of next year. Solid. All right, so 7 months. Yeah, so you got volume coming in. That's nice to see. Main thing for me too, not just Blake, but everybody that's watching this, is we've established a key area of support again. Okay. So that's like really important. And not only did we establish it, but we established it with purpose. We got volume coming in. Let's take a look comparatively of where, yeah. So you can see right here what the volume is. I know most of you already know this, but as we hover over, look at this, 12, 6, 27, 27K, 7, 19, 1, 11. So volume, there's been a nice volume spike, but that was when we were still in an uptrend, 121K coming through. But then we look over, the last little bit while the market has absolutely sucked and it's been pretty dog shit, really low. But now we're getting into where somebody knows something. 81K of volume coming in at the lows, highest it's been. Another 97 at the absolute lows, 41K. Right. And obviously I understand that this relative to the market, that that's pretty low volume all around, but it's when you're looking at a project that's under $1 million market cap, that's good volume. There's projects with a couple million, high $1 million market cap still barely turning 100K in volume on the daily. So that's cool to see. I do like that. Let's see what they do. Hang on one second. Let me switch my screen over so you guys can view it with me. Empowering Ethereum with graffiti RPC, blazing fast, no logging, and privacy oriented. Okay, you already know I fuck with that, Blake. MEV protection, like that. Privacy, transactions sent using the graffiti RPC are completely private until they are included in the blockchain. So my question would be, I have tried. I guess my question would be, what do they mean until they are included in the blockchain? So could somebody still identify the transaction or what you're trying to do? But I'm all about privacy. I think privacy is going to have a really, 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 really big movement here soon. It should already, but I really think it's going to have a really big movement. Nodes, you run through this. Okay, so it's going to have some governance to it as well, which will obviously bring some. I like this. This isn't
this is pretty cool. I'm gonna put this on my watch list. Let me make sure that I know it's black screen for you guys. Hang on. Here we go. I'm gonna put this on my. Damn, they got a pretty strong community for this to happen, or they had it botted, one of the two. But I can tell you right now. Let's find out. So I'm gonna guess that the deck screener is botted. I don't really care either way. Whatever. They got 1,300 followers here. I can't imagine the Telegram's much bigger than that. And they got an equal amount here. So unless every single fucking person went over, which that's very unlikely, but still, not trying to shit on it. I'm just giving honest feedback here and what I'm seeing. I do like that it's reclaimed that level. I like that it's broken this downtrend. This is on the daily. So one of those similar things, Blake, probably one of these where it comes down again and then up. But I like this. I put this on my watch radar. No, I didn't yet. I meant to, but I didn't. I was yapping. It's on the watch radar. Shout out, Blake. Thank you. Grid. God, I feel like I've seen that one a while back. Grid. Closing in on 100 views. Shout out. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you guys a lot. You know, the shares, I know it sounds so stupid to, you know, ask my chat to share this, but I really appreciate you guys sharing on Twitter and wherever else. Here is actually, I'm going to drop the link for you guys. If you will just share this around, it'd mean a lot to me. I'm just trying to get anybody in here that's wanting to jive a little bit. It's in the chat. Thoughts on Grid? Let's take a look at Grid. Open Grid. I saw this the other day. This is a fresh launch. That's why I saw this. All right, let me give you some truth here. It's not that I have a problem with this. This goes back to me and CF's stream about doing our AI research, and that you needed to have it stand out. Unless, and again, I'm surface scraping here, but this looks to me very similar to like what Desync is trying to do. So for me, I don't really see any reason for me to invest in anything AI related unless it is truly groundbreaking. You know, unless I'm missing something here. And again, I'm being pretty naive on it. I don't know. There's a heard the team bundled heavy and have been talking about it. That wouldn't surprise me. The team could be super based. I could be wrong. Bundle has pros and cons with it. So, you know, definitely be aware and understand that, you know, if the team is legit and they really want to build and they want to do these things, you know, then bundling is definitely the way to go. And, you know, if they bundled heavy and they're still at a 700K market cap, it kind of, you know, that's a head scratcher to me. But I do know that they, you know, if they launched it fucking on the 17th, which was yesterday, you know, that's pretty fresh. So, you know, I don't know. I'm not trying to shit on anybody. I'm not trying to shit on anybody deliberately, especially without doing crazy research into something. But I look at this and it's the same pitch that I'm getting with what Desync and a few others have done. So just like I don't have any interest in digging into that super hardcore. Like what I'm into is I'm into real first movers on what they're doing. I don't care if it takes fucking a while to establish. Like Energy Web, for instance, I really like Energy Web, and I feel like Energy Web would do a whole lot better if they would stop pivoting and they really like would get their shit together. But like Energy Web, it's a novel concept, but like at this point, I'm just convinced that they're fucking out to make sure that everyone who owns their token stays poor, like legitimately. So, but like for instance, Luxo. Okay, I've gone back to this one a few times. I started the broadcast with it. I'm gonna keep talking about it. I'm buying this one little bits at a time. I'm not buying a ton of it because, I'm not buying thick amounts of it because of the liquidity. Liquidity is dog shit on here. But these guys are doing the team, and what they're trying to build it really stands out. They are trying to build different standards to be used within our space that will propel us into adoption, like total adoption. So, like, it's again, you look at it and compare it to fucking Energy Web, and it's no different. I mean, it's been literally down only for since June 2023, April 2023. So I think that, but again, I know what they're trying to do. I know that they had some mismanagement. I know they had some issues, yada, 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 yada. For me, it makes a lot more sense to have my money parked here and let these guys learn from their lessons and say, you know what, let's get back on track. Let's get the right people in place. Let's get the right team in place, and let's start building. So yeah, that's like, and again, XRT, Fold. That's what Desync, all three of those. That's why those were my top three. They're really first movers in their categories. And for me, it doesn't matter how long it takes. It's when that it eventually catches on, it's going to do numbers. It's going to do well. So again, I don't know when that's going to be, but I'm placing my bets heavy in those three: Desync, XRT, and Fold. Those are my jams. I like APU too. Those that aren't familiar, I'm sure you've seen at this point or have, but I like APU a lot. I have said that since learning about what it is. I thought it was a PayPay derivative. That's why I stayed away from it for so long. But after, I'll pull that up real quick too. But after doing the research and realizing that it's fucking hilarious, like 95, 99% of what's shared on Facebook or on, my circle's perfect. What's shared on Twitter is Apustasia. Apu is hilarious. So Apu is just a poorly drawn version of PayPay. Hang on one second, guys. I've been talking into my mic wrong this entire time. I'm such a jackass. So Apustasia is a poorly drawn version of PayPay by a completely different artist, and it's what we've all really come to love and know as far as like PayPay. People call it PayPay memes, but it's not. It's Apu. It's so funny. So I think as more people start realizing like there's more, like, people, memes are never going to go away. I've never been a big meme person, but they're not going to go away. People relate with them a lot easier. I do believe that we get away from calling them memes at some point, just like we got away from calling, influencers, and we're calling them KOLs now. I think what we're going to see with memes is they're going to be shifted more towards like cultural tokens, where you're going to have, German Shepherd lovers. You're going to have cat, specific Siamese cat lovers. All these different, you're going to have these niches, and technically at the end of the day, they'll still be memes. But what you're seeing is like the catalyst for social tokens. And I think that's going to be really, really, really big in the next few years. I think that it's going to change. It's just going to change the dynamic of how things look. People, again, I think they're going to call them cultural tokens, but, like Apustasia, even after realizing it, like I laughed because I was like, even someone was like, "Oh, you don't understand what like the Apu thing is," and I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Like it's another PayPay fraud. But then after I took the time to realize it and then analyze this space for what it is, I've come to draw the conclusion that Apu is damn near the closest thing that I found to being able to buy Shiba, whatever, at the absolute bottom. I really think that when you're comparing
if you can compare Shiba to Doge, and you saw how successful both of those turned out, and shit, then even add Floki in there. When you're doing these with the frogs, and PayPay's the known one, and no one knows this Apu Staja really yet. Everybody just continues to think that it's, a derivative until they realize that it's not. I think that Apu Staja will be a huge, huge gainer. I think that will be fucking massive. I really do. I think it's going to end up being a multi-billion-dollar token at some point. So who knows? It could be a pipe dream. I could just be very, very, very optimistic based on previous movements on like both Doge and Shiba, and seeing what Shiba did when people started putting those connections together, like I did with Apu and PayPay. But for those that aren't aware, I've fumbled generational wealth on PayPay, the original PayPay. So I've got a bone to pick with that. I bought at 300K market cap the PayPay, the one that's in the billions right now. I bought it at 300K market cap with like $500, and I G'd it. I sold that shit at like 15K because we were in the depths of the bear market. And who would have ever thought that would have been the one that stuck? And there was 50 other PayPay tokens before that. So this is one of those ones where the community is super strong. There's an actual backstory and a lore to this for it to make sense and for it to have an introduction. People will eventually stop comparing it to PayPay and realize that it's its own thing. So I do think that APU does extremely, extremely fucking well. Here I have my area. The Battle of the Tendies will occur here. So yeah, we were rolling up on almost 100 views. Shout out to you guys. I know that may seem small for a lot of you guys, but that's big. I got 42,000 followers on Twitter. I don't give a shit about that. I don't care. This is what I care about. I want to grow this. This is really where I'm spending a lot more of my time lately. So we're at 3 hours into the stream. I really appreciate y'all. I know a lot of you guys have been here since the very beginning of this stream. Well, not all, but not a lot, but there's a few of you. So I really appreciate you guys. Thank you a whole lot. DKC, I don't know if you're in here still or not, but I'm going to get to this now. Thoughts on ETH BTC chart. Let's take a look real quick. And actually, I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. I'm going to pull the chart up. We're going to take a look at this together. And then we'll discuss. Let's take a look at the 1 day. Let me get all this off. It looks like shit, big dog. I'm going to let you guys take a look at this real quick. You can see why I say it looks like shit. It shows no signs of relief since a while. God damn, it's an ugly chart, man. I haven't really been paying attention to this at all. And I probably should have. Here's the main reason why I don't pay attention too much on this stuff. And it kind of, in a sense, it's going to make me sound like it's going to counter what I've been saying the last little bit, because I really believe that TA is important, especially when you're looking at things like this. But from a TA point, this chart looks like absolute dog shit. It really makes sense as to why I'm so glad that I decided to short the fuck out of ETH earlier. And even though I closed it so I could open up a Bitcoin short, ETH looks just disgusting when you're viewing it at this. But if there's one thing I know, it's that in this space, when things really start looking just really ugly, it's that we get that crazy move that fucks everybody, because everybody's anticipating a real downward movement on ETH, or continued downward movement on ETH. In my opinion, it looks really gross, man. I do not like it. I'm gonna look at the weekly chart, and I'm gonna get rid of the rainbow so we can see here. It looks gross. And here's why I'll say it looks gross. Besides the chart looking like shit. Okay.
what's really not cool about all this is we've not made a higher high from last cycle, which is pretty shitty. Okay. We've not broken that. And really, we are going to have a hell of a time when we get to this point breaking against Bitcoin. And for those of you that don't know, last cycle, I was definitely an ETH maxi to the core. I was a dumbass. I was screaming the flippening, all these things. But you look at it and it is just, it looks like shit. But in the midst of all of that, and I'm not, again, I don't really look at these things much, but I have to imagine that we are really at a point where we see some real movement from Bitcoin. For those that know me and that have been following me for a while, you know I don't really care for Solana so much. We've seen Solana come in and take a really large chunk of liquidity away from Ethereum. And a lot of you guys just don't understand how fucking big that market share is. You know, when you've got $20 billion in excess, that was not in excess, I'm sorry, but when you have $20 billion trimmed from your market cap and given to another fucking chain because they're, you know, Fed chain, whatever, the birth of all these different chains, and we're seeing it live time. The birth of all these different chains is beating the absolute dog shit out of Ethereum. It is. It is beating it so badly, especially against the Bitcoin pair. And guys, I got to be real with y'all again. We are not going to progress. We're not going to get any better as a space. We're not going to grow. We're not going to anything until we come together and say, what's the real benefit of using your L1, right? What's the benefit of using this? What's the benefit of doing that? If we don't have a good answer for it, other than, well, that's where opportunity is to make money, there's a certain point where you've got to ask yourself, should I fight the good fight and not participate in what's hindering our space with some of the pump fund stuff and doing this and doing that, and really help to educate others and where to just save their money and sit in there. We're all gamblers at the end of the day. We're all gamblers. And this is like, it is a 24/7 casino for a reason. It's gotten that name for a reason because that's what it is. But when you start taking the gamble out, when you start taking these things out, the risk out of it a little bit, and you start looking at things in a more progressive and long-term view, for instance, this long-term trend line, you can have some hope here. But the issue is we don't really have any bullish catalysts coming in right now, other than the election. And I'm gonna be real with every one of you in here that are still here or listening or whatever. It scares the ever living shit out of me to know that my net worth is in the hands of two people like that. Okay. It really does. I don't have a political view. I would say I probably support more Trump and on that side than I do Kamala. I don't really give a fuck at the end of the day, if I'm being completely honest with you guys, because it really doesn't matter what we say. But In crypto, it does matter what we say. We are the voice, and it starts with each and every one of us. And it starts with what we're willing to do, what we're willing to put up with what it starts with us, and it ends with us. And I'm like not trying to get on here and beg and like ask you guys to like please, stop the shit. At the end of the day, it's fun to be in these tokens, but understand that when you look at the statistics of Pump Fun, less than 3% of people using the platform made over $1,000. That's crazy. Less than 1% made over 10 grand, and less than 0.00, I forget what it was, like 0.03 or 0.003% made more than $100,000. And so what that tells you is that the people that were doing all this was the same 1, 2, 3 fucking people behind them all. Every one of them. Guys, this right here, this what we're now, I'm not saying that we're seeing ETH BTC price negating and doing terrible because of Pump Fund, but it's not helping. It's not helping at all. It doesn't help that fucking Vitalik's selling bags, right? That's a big one. Vitalik got some poom, and now he's out here doing reverse dunks on motherfuckers. Shit, boys, I don't know what to tell you. I can't help that, but what I can help is I'm not participating in, many of these pump funds and a lot, any of this shit. I may, if that's on, Solana, I may put a single soul token in there. I may do this just for, fun somewhere. But I think that we're seeing an inflection point really on ETH. I do fundamentals has a stronger view and opinion on this than I do right now, which is the regulations. I think that they're going to wipe us out too. He's very strongly feeling like we're going to see a really, really gnarly reset. And so I'm guys, I really am doing my very, very best to try and make sure that if this space, if we were, we go to bed tonight and tomorrow there's regulations starting to be rushed in, if that happens, that I would probably presume that within 3 to 6 months, our space is going to see some form of regulation in a very base layer manner. And it will only get more strict from there. But you guys need to understand it. Now, let me back this up. I've seen the argument of people saying, well, America isn't the only market. No, it's not. But it's the market that matters when it comes down to all this shit. And when you have, if all of a sudden it became a criminal activity for you to launch a crypto project in the United States without a license, if it became a felony, I would guess that you would see a significant amount of projects disappear overnight, and you would have definitely the amount of them fall off for sure. But I am trying my best to make sure that I'm in the ones that are going to be there when the regulations do hit. Because how I look at this is I've seen what happens with liquidity when it becomes fragmented and it spreads onto different chains and it goes to 3 different fucking memes, the same exact meme, but just 3 different contract addresses because whatever reason. I've seen what happens with fragmented liquidity. And I have a feeling that if we see a reversal of that and we see a concentration of liquidity, we're going to see similar eruptions like we saw in the first cycle of crypto with like the ICOs and stuff, where everything that was, you were able to get your hands on will absolutely go vertical, and very few people are going to catch those.
So for instance, do I know what token those are going to be? No, I would be fucking rich right now. I would not be worried about anything. But if I had to guess, I'd be happy to give you all a few of them as to why I'm in them and why I'm staying in them, and and why I believe that they could be big. And first and foremost, is Chainlink. I think that Chainlink will be around. I think you have too many big banks getting involved with Chainlink, and people can say what they want about Link. I genuinely believe that Chainlink becomes like the Chase banks of this whole entire operation. I think that it just ends up being like just huge. I think it ends up being really big. I think that maybe Chase Bank wasn't the best one to put in there, but I think that it's going to see a really big, it's going to become like a household name. That's going to be something that you're used to seeing in 10 to 15 years, 20 years. I really believe that. I think that Luxo, funny enough, has a good chance of doing that, beating regulations. Obviously, they're not U.S. based, but even when U.S. starts rushing these regulations in, it won't be long before others start doing it as well. People that don't think that, you're fucking stupid, because let me tell y'all, when the U.S. said it was crunch time and said, you know what, keep fucking with us, y'all think that the little yaps stopped yapping when they said you keep offering crypto to our customers and we'll extradite your ass and we'll get you. Boys, this is not a joke. When they say what's going on, they're calling the shots. So, and again, I know that Luxo is German based, but knowing Fabian and seeing how calculated he is with his moves and making sure that he doesn't do anything that could jeopardize him and his company and his stance and his lifestyle. I think that with that reverse ICO that he dropped, with the Rico being the first one to do it and getting government clearance to do it, I think that he'll be good there. I don't know about Energy Web. I used to think Energy Web would be untouchable on that end. I don't think that way much so anymore. I think that, they definitely have White House people in the White House that they're working with. It's very obvious when you look at some of the LinkedIns and you start connecting the dots there. But I'm not sure on EWT anymore, to be honest with you. Ethereum, I think Ethereum will do fine. I think Bitcoin obviously will do fine as well. I think Ethereum will run through this pretty unscathed, because now that you've got ETFs opened up and you've got big money, you've basically got you've got the White House, you've got the people in power in your pocket. So they'll figure that out one way or another. The biggest one up in the air for me, to be completely honest with you guys, that I've been really having some trouble with is Avalanche. I'm speaking very honestly on here on this one. I have been, and really before we do this, I'm going to make a post in the arena about this, because I really want you guys to hear. I want everyone that wants to hear this to hear this. So I'm going to make a post. If you're not in the arena, you should be in the arena. You should basically, I assume you fucking hate money if you're in the arena, or if you're not in the arena, come join. Get in here and hear my honest thoughts on AVAX. All right, so I just put that out on the arena. So let's give it a second while that's going through. If you guys wouldn't mind sharing this around to anybody that'll listen. I know Blake's already shared it to anybody, so I can't ask him to do it anymore. But if you guys would please give it a thumbs up and share this around real quick. I'm probably going to do about another 30 to 45 minutes of this. That'll be a 4-hour segment with you guys. So a chunk of my day. But I really appreciate all of you guys being here and spending time with me and giving a shit about anything that I have to say. It means a lot to me. So I'm going to use the restroom real quick. And if you guys have any other questions for me, chop them down in the chat. Let's get them there. But yeah, I really want to, I'm going to drop my honest thoughts on Avalanche here in just a second. So let's see if we can get some more people in here. Drop it to my Telegram as well. And I think CF and I are going to do an actual live chat tomorrow. All right, I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Thank you guys so much for being here. Please hang out here just a little bit longer. Again, I'm going to drop some honest thoughts on AVAX, and then I'm going to cover some AVAX projects. So if you guys know anybody in the AVAX community, let's get them in here. All right. So we've had nobody new join. That's unfortunate, but that's okay. Shout out to you guys that are here. Thank you again. Appreciate you guys a lot. With that said, I just joined in time to see him leaving. I had to go to the bathroom real quick, man. Sorry about that. And shit, I forgot my water. Let me go get that. All right. KG, what's good, fam? Thanks for being here. Appreciate you a lot. Jason, thanks for being here. Blake, DKC, thank you guys a whole lot. No, we're almost 3.5 hours into this stream. Really appreciate you guys a lot for being here. I'm going to keep doing it a little bit longer. As long as there's people here to hang out with and vibe with, I appreciate it a lot. Just give it a thumbs up here. And helps the algo, helps to get more people in. Thank you. So I want to give my thoughts on Avalanche real quick, boys and girls. If I'm being honest with you guys, which I am always, I am not the biggest fan of what I've seen these guys do. So let me get back here on a daily chart. I love the tech behind Avalanche. I love what they're trying to build. I love how fast it is. There's a lot of things that I really, really, really fucking like. But there is so many things that they are dropping the ball on as a team. It is killing me. It is absolutely killing me, guys. You know, the meme cultural, whatever that shit was called that they did, the cultural fund, cultural community token fund, whatever, fucking disaster. Okay. First of all, chart doesn't look terrible on here. It's,
I don't know. I don't even know what you want to say about this. I mean, in more recent days, this is the 3-day chart for you guys. I like to look at things on a multitude of charts here, a multitude of time frames. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I mean, it looks like we broke out a little bit and looks like we're back down, head down again. I don't know. But here's the thing. I can say this with certainty. There are no other communities like the AVAX communities. The arena. If you're not in the arena while you're on this live stream, let's get you in the arena. Hang tight. I'm going to drop this for you. In chat, right there's the arena link. Get in there if you're not in there. The arena, in my opinion, is the single-handedly the one thing keeping Avalanche really afloat right now. Really, really disappointed in the way that they kind of backed away from the arena and separated themselves when things went to shit. Was really kind of disappointed with how they handled it from the beginning, saying, you know, that they seemed really heavily involved with what was going on. And then when shit hit the fan, they basically were nowhere to be found. So just little things like that really kind of pissed me off with AVAX and the AVAX Foundation. But aside from that, and the other thing is, I feel like a lot of the community and people know that it was just, you know, that it could just be done so much better. But I'm not here to harp on that. For me, let me get back over to my deck screener. There are so many other projects on AVAX that are so deserving of a second look, and they're not getting it because AVAX as a whole just can't get their shit together. And it's really unfortunate because there are some incredible projects on here. You know, you've got freaking No Chill that it was basically spawned from the arena. Hopping back to, you know, the arena where I shared the link down here in chat. The arena, I swear by this. I really think that they are the only thing really keeping AVAX in business here. And there's a lot of anticipation on the arena airdrop. There's speculation of maybe some support with the you know, from the AVAX Foundation to the arena. I don't know, but what I can fucking tell you is this. Right? Let's just look at something real quick. This is really cool. I like this. So 24,000. Let me make sure that this is right. Yeah, 24,000 transactions I'm sorry, 27,000 transactions have occurred over the last 24 hours. Now, what is that compared to, let's say, on Tron? 59,000 transactions on Tron. Okay. What about, I don't fucking know, Ton seems to be new. All right, 89,000 transactions on Ton. Fuck's sake. What about Sui? That's been getting a lot more, so I expected it to be a lot more. But damn, I mean, what the fuck is even Aptos? Who the fuck even uses this shit? I mean, like, I don't know, guys. I don't know, chat. It feels like there's no real sense of urgency. Maybe they know something we don't. Maybe they're in with market makers. Maybe they're in with hedge funds. Maybe they're in with venture capitalists. I don't know. But the fact that we're doing almost no fucking transactions. Now, granted, we're doing higher volume than some people or than some of these other chains, but this is all around. It's fucking pathetic. It is
pathetic. I don't even want to look at Solana, right? 12 million, right? I mean, obviously but here's the thing is this is supposed to be an Ethereum comparative, right? And like even just looking at this, you can see that between, Solana and even Ethereum here, there's a huge demand for Solana because the transaction fees have just been so low, and that's where a lot of that volume has gone over. But I don't know. I guess I don't want to bitch. I don't want to come off as like nagging for no reason here. But it just feels like there was a lot that was missed, like a lot that could have been missed. Like when the arena went from 30K fully diluted to 3 million, and people from AVAX community were stepping in, and or not community, but the foundation were stepping in, and all this shit was happening. And then something happens, and they're just like gone. They're just like, oh, it was such a shitty idea. But it's like fucking AVAX was trading for like $8, bitch. It was trading for like $8 or $9. Like, obviously it was doing some good for y'all. If it by itself, this was before the market started, this was before Bitcoin went to 60 or whatever it was on its initial big movement up. And so it's so funny to me because I just look at it. I'm like, how did the AVAX Foundation have huge success in this SoFi program and then just all of a sudden just like leave it, right? And then they did this cultural, meme culture token shit, and that didn't happen, right? I mean, like, I don't even know if they invested any of that money. I don't know what they put in. I think they put a little bit in Kimbo, but I mean, look, does this fucking chart look to you like it's being supported by a meme token foundation right now, boys? Fuck no, it doesn't. Right? You look at No Chill. No Chill is going to have a similar chart, but I want you to see something on No Chill. Look at this. Look at that. Fucking higher lows out the wazoo. Love that. And yeah, I said wazoo. I'm Caucasian. What do you want from me? Look at this. That's what you want, baby. That's what you want to see. I'm not accumulating a ton of No Chill, but I've got a little bit of it. I'm not doing a whole lot until this arena token comes out. I want to see what happens here. But like, to me, I just, it feels like AVAX has been such a letdown. And I don't know if it's again because of all these other chains that are out now, and there's just so much more competition and the newest whatever. But like, I feel like it's not. I feel like it comes down to a lot of key decisions that are being made, and it's super unfortunate to see because you've got No Chill here, you've got Fold being built on here, you had fucking Thought come over and bridge over their Thought. I mean, it looks like they're up pretty tremendously on the day right now, so that's good to see. That saw a huge increase. Funny enough, right after we talked about it a little bit ago, super cool. Somebody must have aped that shit. I didn't, it wasn't a solo idea, so shout out to whoever brought that up, but somebody just bought a fucking grip. But for good reason. I mean, but again, I'm going to sit here and watch and see, does this side, does it immediately get fucking sell sided again? Like we saw here, who knows? But, there are such incredible projects coming over here and building. And, I want to look at AVAX's top here, because I know Cock was big. I know Cock was big, and that got, to be what it was. In my opinion, I think the clear winner here is No Chill, because Cock got big. It got big, in my opinion, because of obviously the chicken boys that were behind that, and they had to have bundled, I'm assuming, and they know how to hold. And obviously those dudes have direct ties in with AVAX Foundation people. I am super surprised that Land Wolf didn't take off more, considering that was like the first real meme that was on AVAX. Kind of disappointed in that, to be honest with you. I really figured the community as a whole would have got behind that one more. But here's what else I'll say is, in my opinion, AVAX got really fragmented, and it got fragmented too early on. Like Ethereum, for instance, we know Ethereum's fragmented amongst, and when I say that, I mean like there's a bunch of different factions, like whether it's from niches, you got trading, you've got, you know, DeFi, you have AI, you have all these different things, and then you got NFTs, but you have people that start like section themselves out, and then, you know, um, what starts to happen there is you have like these cults or these factions that kind of get built out, and they kind of end up speaking for more of the chain than you want it to. So for instance, um like in this exact case, I feel like maybe a lot of the chicken dudes felt like there was a big, like early on, at least this is personal experience, and this is what I gathered from when I entered the arena. There was a very high opinion of everything that they did over there. And I mean, I guess if you're the only NFT collection at the time for a super long time on the chain, then probably rightfully so, right? It's like the God damn it, the crypto punks of ETH, you know, but just here, but it's like crypto punks of AVAX. So I don't know on that end, but you know, I do know that what can happen is like these factions will start picking up for, like they'll start taking over the, like the voice of the chain. And I think maybe some people were turned off from that. I don't know. And I don't want to speculate too much because I don't really know those guys left from right on that end, but I'm just speaking off the kind of persona that I got when I entered the arena. And you know, because I didn't enter, when I entered the arena, I was coming in very green, not knowing really too much on AVAX other than I had lost like 30 grand there on Crown and Midas a couple years before. So um, but yeah, I think that AVAX really should do a whole lot better. You know, there's Pharaoh trying to get some things started there. There's fuck, what was the other one that I had seen that I really liked? Oh, it's not even up here because it's not even in doing volume right now on this chain. But like Shrapnel, which I think was a first-person shooter on AVAX. I thought. Hold on, I could be completely mistaken, looking like a jackass here, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. No, there it is. So even this one, I mean, this was a really big, this should have been a really big utility token. And it looks like, you know, it looks like it's ready to fucking go, boys. You know, no cap, no lies, the kids say, no cap. But, you know, again, you look at this $13 million, 52K in liquidity. There could be liquidity elsewhere. I don't know. I don't look. I mean, that was on the Trader Joe pair, so it's not like there's a ton of other fucking options on that. Yeah, it looks like they did it on ETH as well. So you got like $100,000 in liquidity across the $13 million project. So again, it doesn't keep me from buying it, but it's going to keep whales from aping their size in and out because they get fucked otherwise. So yeah, I mean, there's so many different projects that are looking really, really good right now. Or not, I'm sorry, let me back that up. There's so many projects that should be doing really, really good right now and just crushing it, but fucking not, you know, and it's got a good bit to do with the fragmented liquidity, but it's also got a chunk to do with, you know, where's the leadership, where's the decisions on a lot of these things happening on AVAX. I mean, look, let me tell y'all, the best form of marketing is fucking one or two projects on your chain going absolutely bazonk, just crazy. Okay. Tron was a fucking nothing chain for a lifetime. Its entire lifetime, it was a nothing chain. It had super dirt cheap transactions, so people sent money on it that way. Other than that, no one ever thought to fucking create any of this stupid shit that you see being launched on Tron until not long ago. And the only reason that it's doing well now is because fucking Justin Sun and a few others, I'm sure, got together and said, hey, let's pump the shit out of one or two things on here, yada, 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 yada. That's how these fucking things work, boys and girls. Like, it is not that difficult. So, if you want to see interest return to Avalanche, you're going to pray that one of these top tokens here, and if it ends up being anything, excuse me, it'll likely be Cock, because that seems to be their favorite boys. I don't know why. I don't know the ins or the outs, or if there's team members. I don't fucking know. But these dudes seem to have it in. This would be the one that they'd pick, or Kimbo would be my guess. But one of those two. But I just don't know that they will. I don't know that they do anymore. I don't know that they do. So I really hope that they understand, like, what's going on here and like what's at stake and what needs to be fucking done. Because, I say it's as simple, and I know people are like, oh, it's not as simple. You're right. It is not as simple as that, but it is as simple as getting together and saying, hey, we need to game plan this for sure. We need to pick one or two that we're going to absolutely send. Because again, if you want to argue that the best marketing for a token is not number go up, or I'm sorry, not for a token, but for a chain, you would be sorely fucking mistaken. You'd be sorely mistaken, period. And I can tell you why. Because Luxo, for instance, is a chain where you can launch shit on there, and it's fucking dirt cheap to do this shit. Transaction fee don't take long, this, that, the other. Luxo doesn't market. They don't do this, they don't do that. However, you look at fucking Ton. Ton just came on the scene. Fucking look how much volume Ton's doing. $10 million in volume, right? I know that doesn't seem like a whole lot, but let me just be patient. Hold on. Just be patient. I don't even know if I can fucking I don't even know if it exists. I know that I tried to find it once a while back, but it's like the hardest chain in the world to find. I don't know. And I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time doing this again, but long story short, it's pretty much like a tenth of that. Okay. And that Ton may not have been like the best example to use here, because they have been, they've seen a lot of scrutiny with Pavel, their, the Telegram CEO, getting popped, and, he's released now and all that, but that is a big emphasis on that. So, like Base doing $660 million, fucking even Arbitrum doing $500 million. And it's just absurd to me that an L1 is doing $66 million in fucking volume. I don't know. It's just astounding to me. So who knows, boys and girls? I think that I think we got a long way to go, but I don't have the answer to how this works. I mean, I'd love for us to put our minds together in the arena and really come together and figure out how. It doesn't have to be in the arena. That would be more for, directed at AVAX community. But we really need to put our minds together and work together and figure out how the fuck we can figure this out together as a unit. Because I'd like to think I'm not smart, but I've got a pretty good capability of being able to find trends and know when to kind of move and exit and all this other shit. But, every day this becomes a lot more difficult to do. I mean, we are not in, and when I say to do, I mean like to trade and be profitable in it, and like to make good investments. And like, guys, every day we are getting away from that. And, again, the pump funds, the chef funds, the whatevers, guys, they are not good for our space. They are taking liquidity. Listen, if it was a 50-50, right? Like, okay. If the stats are stacked against you that less than 3% of people have made more than $1,000 on pump fund, I don't know what to tell you. You are literally better off blindly sports gambling your money than doing that. I don't know what to tell you other than that. I'm not trying to hate on these people that are doing it, right? I know, like, for instance, I know people that have launched projects on the Chef Fund and the Pump Fund and whatever's. And they're good people. They're hardworking people that are trying to get these off the ground. And here's what sucks. Here's the shitty part about this is you can have the best concept in the world on this. And if the liquidity is fragmented, then no one is going, there's not one single person that's going to be able to move your chart more than if you know somebody who's got 200K followers and actively doesn't have their shit, it's not botted and they have a legit following, you may be able to move it $1 million or so in market cap. And I really mean that. But unless like it's not like it was last cycle where you could make a launch and you could have a couple friends, talk about it on Twitter, and all of a sudden, now you're trending and you're doing this and you're doing that. And it's such a different ball game. And, those that are coming into this space now, I almost feel bad for them in a sense, because like, even though you're untainted, there's just certain things that you need time in this space to callous yourself and to go through, and experiences to go through. Because when I tell y'all, this is truly the toughest I've ever seen this market, I mean that. And I'm not some guru who's been in doing this shit for 10 years. This is my third cycle, whatever. No, this is my second ongoing cycle, but I got calloused and hardened, and I learned a whole lot, and I'm thankful, because for that I was able to realize, like, early on, like, dude, you got these people, you'll see people come in and you'll see somebody start talking about a project, like especially a lot in memes, but they'll be like, oh my God, this so-and-so bought $30,000 of this. Crazy. I'm going to follow the money. That guy's not in the same fucking, there's a 99.9% chance that guy is not in the same trading strategy as you are. That motherfucker probably has 3 million in the bank if he's betting 30K on a fucking meme token, right? And people think that's follow smart money. It's not all the time. It really fucking isn't. These people can afford to lose $30,000 because they know that they've got 500 grand shoved in, Bitcoin at let's say the latest retrace on 52K, right? And, I really feel strongly about Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin's going to do really, really freaking good over the next few years. I don't know beyond a decade. I probably really well, but my goal is to be completely out of this shit in 10 years, guys. I don't want my identity to be around crypto forever. I love this, but like, I really got into the love of this shit because I liked researching. I liked finding the breadcrumbs. I liked finding things that nobody else was looking for. And that was when things were exciting for me. And I'm just afraid that we don't go back to that anymore. I'm afraid that we don't see that anymore. So, yeah, if any of us make money in the future, have earned. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Somebody had said, I think it was Kobe had said it a while back, that we're not in the Goldilocks phase of this any longer. And really what he was meaning by that is like, we're not in the childhood, like fairy tale story of Goldilocks anymore, where, it's just easy and life's easy because you're a kid. I see you back there. Stop doing it. And so anyway, I think that I think we are seeing the toughest times right now. And here's the shitty part is It's not tough because it's us versus venture capitalists like it was last time. I was thinking I got kind of fucked because I had the pre-notion that it was going to be similar to last cycle because that's what I knew and that was my experience. And my last cycle, we were playing against venture capitalists left and right, and we were, this and that. And my plan coming into this was I was going to be in a few venture capitalist tokens, and I know how they work. I know they want to get the hype. They'll generate the strong KOLs. They'll get the million sub YouTubers to talk about it, and number go up, and and then I can make my safe 4, 5, 6, 7x. But there is none of that anymore. I don't know if VCs made all their money and they said, fuck this, we're good. But I'm telling you, a lot of venture capitalists are not playing the ball game that we saw last cycle. They're just not. I don't know if they took too many risks. I don't know if the wipeout in 2022 with SBF and the contagion that we saw there was a large catalyst, and a lot of them got bankrupt out or lost their money. I don't fucking know. But the cycle is very, very, very different this time around, guys. And I can only draw the comparisons that I know from experience and things like that. And so, but I also have to draw the lines to certain degrees. Like, for instance, I really thought Luxo was going to be $100 token last cycle, or not last cycle, but this cycle. But I was thinking that next cycle, I was like, oh, for sure, yada, 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 4 years of development, and it'll have this and it'll have that. And it wasn't. And so you guys need to understand that there is nothing more aggravating than time-based capitulation and slowly seeing your bags go down. But inevitably, there's usually bounces that follow that happening. I am playing the market a little bit more short-sighted right now. Like, I'm shorting a little bit more where I can, and surprisingly not winning, as much. I'm sorry. I said that wrong. I'm actually winning on the shorts more than I have been trying to long them. I'm convinced we are really at this point where we probably see a strong move down that convinces everyone this is over. And then we see our next real leg up. The days of making money, like if any of you have seen, The Big Short, you'll know what I'm talking about. And if you haven't seen The Big Short, I would really suggest watching it because it's a great movie overall. But if you've seen The Big Short, you'll remember there were two guys, and they were, I forget exactly what their titles were, what they did, but Steve Carell and his group of dudes went and they were interviewing all these different people within like loans and like financial loans and home loans and mortgage loans and things like that. And they ended up talking to these two dudes who were like super loud and yappy about what they were doing, about all this money that they were making for signing people up. Y'all need to understand that, and it's in every fucking industry where there's money to be made. Okay. Pharmaceutical reps. There's a reason that most pharmaceutical reps are really good looking one way or another. They're either attractive females, they're attractive males, they're busty and they got big boobs and they got a nice face, or they're well put together men. Well, they're chiseled, they're built, they're sophisticated, and they're fucking salesmen, right? And it's no different in The Big Short. And it's no different here in when I say The Big Short, and it's no different in mortgage and all these things. And there's always people trying to sell you on shit, and in crypto as well, right? Especially crypto. It's a fucking industry about money, motherfuckers. I hope y'all realize that. Okay. So there's always going to be a large name or a large entity pushing something. you know, and I have to say that reserved because I mean, like, I know I've got 42,000 followers, but you know, like everything is fucking market bought. Like I talk about it because it's like what I found interesting. My following didn't come from doing that. In fact, it hinders it. My following came from the prior 2 years before we saw this. You know, it's easy to overnight make a token and dilute the space up tremendously. So I really think that until we see these bigger changes from us and then where our money is going, where our money is spent, where where we're putting our time and our effort and where we're shilling and all these different fucking things need to be studied and we need to self-study and we need to look at. And we got to do better, guys. We've got to do better because this is no longer player versus, someone could argue it was always player versus player, but it really wasn't. It was player versus entities. It was player versus, these hedge funds and these venture capitalists. And while we got fucking duped by them a while back, now that I know the lessons that I know, like I would love for venture capitalists to come through and like, but see, here's the thing, guys. It's like, it's happening. It's just different. It's happening in different places. Like, for instance, Brett. Y'all think, what the fuck? Y'all think Brett is what is that fucking market cap in that motherfucker? I know it's crazy high. Nah, that can't be right. 7. No, that's one on ETH. Hold on. I'm looking for Brett on base. Yeah, almost $1 billion. Oh, y'all, let me tell you. Like, so I guess I wish I would have just thought more on like where venture capitalists and where these massive conglomerates were putting their money, because I did not have a meme of basically blue apostasia on my fucking radar to hit $1 billion. I just didn't. I didn't have it there. I don't know. Just when you think you're starting to crank down on the understanding of things, it just. But again, venture capitalists are the ones behind this, and when the rug comes out on Brett, it will be fucking brutal. When I tell y'all, after Bitcoin does its main tear and it really sends past all-time high, and we get to, I hope we get to experience an alt season. We really haven't so far. I'm praying that we do, because I promise y'all, this motherfucker, I will be shorting. Oh my God. I'm gonna, everything that I missed out on last cycle, I'm gonna make back shorting the shit out of this one. I promise y'all. I mean that, and I mean that in every sense of the word. Because here's why. When you look across the board at liquidity that there is to extract, it's a whole lot easier for companies and VCs to make money shorting the shit out of this on exchanges than it is trading this at all. And when they own such a large supply of it, when they own such a large amount of the supply, it's so easy for them to chunk this down in succession, kill structure, have a short open, obviously, right before they fucking nuke that shit down. And there's no regulations to say that they can or can't do that right now. So, yeah, I don't know, guys. I just think that with these, you got to be really, 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 really careful. I mean, I know that there's, even a few people that I fuck with heavily that are in this as far as, just investing in it. I just I can't get behind this because I feel like it's an inevitable, you're going to see what happened with Polkadot happen there, where it just was like, that's the thing. This is the thing. It's the fucking memes on base. It's the Brett on base, because, base daddy Brian Armstrong's just going to fucking make sure this thing's around. When you want to buy your dildo on strapons.com, you're going to be able to buy it with fucking Brett token. Yeah, that is. I just feel like you're going to just see this shit get catapulted into the fucking ground, and everyone that's in it's going to eat shit. I really do. I hate it for them. But again, I mean, you can already see it's been bled out, but again, this is how they do it, straight up. This is how they'll do that shit. They'll bleed this thing down. They'll bleed it down. They'll bleed it down. Oh, it looks like shit. People get that idea that I had that they're just going to short it all the way to literally zero. It's going to fucking zero. You're going to have big accounts coming out. It's going to fucking zero. And then call boom. They're going to just absolutely fucking send this thing. This thing's going to go skyrocket. Everyone down here is going to be fucking roping themselves. They're going to look like this cocksucker after they asphyxiate themselves. And then all of a sudden, what's going to happen? Daddy Armstrong going to fucking come through again. Goodbye! It's going to fucking crush it. That's what it's going to look like. It's going to look like Woody Woodpecker destroying the structure and just fucking ass blasting it down. That's what's going to happen, guys. So please be careful with any of these tokens like that. That was my game plan, honestly, for any of the venture capitalist backed, any of the VC backed tokens for really the cycle at all. But let me tell you guys this. There is sorry about that, Blake. That should have been I forget, a lot of y'all probably had headphones on, so that's my bad. But let me tell you guys this. Last cycle was a very big eye opener for people that just because you got money doesn't mean you know how to manage your money and keep your money. Okay. Three Arrows Capital, fucking bankrupt. A16, I know they got fucking absolutely devastated. Jane Street, fucked. I can't even think of how many countless others got absolutely destroyed on the fallout. Suzu, I think what is he with? A16? I forget who he's with, but that motherfucker got strangled, dude, in the street. And there's something to be said about this. And that's because it doesn't matter what the chart looks like. These VCs, these hedge funds and these VCs, they don't fucking care. They don't care about you. They don't care about us. They don't give a fuck about any of us. They're there to make money for themselves. They're there to make money for their customers, because that's going to keep them coming back and keep them coming for themselves and making money for themselves. That's how they're making these huge bonuses and all this shit. So how do they do that? Well, when you look at these projects that have these massive backings, I forget what it was. There was one that Luxo was talking shit about. Let's look at this together real quick. There was one that Fabian Vogelsteller was very vocal about. Let's take a look at this one together. So I just want you guys to see this so you can have an idea on what I'm talking about to avoid this or capitalize on this in the future. So he was talking about, there was a project that launched and raised money based off of basically his standards. And they seriously copied and pasted the shit. And they launched like 70 million or $140 million. I forget how much it was. And I want to show you guys this real quick, because this is how these things work. Bear with me. Thank you guys for being here. If you are just tuning in, please make sure you thumbs up the video. I appreciate you guys a whole lot for being here. Thank you. And sorry this is taking me so long. None of this is scripted, but I feel like this is a really good thing for you guys to look at and identify. Because when I saw this, I was like, holy shit, these guys are going to these VCs are going to send this, and then they're going to have another dot in this. Where the fuck is it? Come on. All right. Sorry, guys. Well, I can't seem to find it. I don't know why. I remember him saying something like flattery is the biggest form of imitation is the biggest form of flattery, or some shit like that. I can't find it, but long story short, these people basically copied and pasted his entire, like the entire structure of like his standards here. And they fucking raised a VC, and it was like oh my God, I forget. It was like, yeah, 70 or 140 million. It was a lot of fucking money, more than what Luxo's, entire market cap is. So it's like, how the fuck are you evaluating this project that copy pasta? And it's clear it's copy pasta. He'd put it right next to one another. It's like, how is that gonna have more valuation than this? And so what these backings do is, these hedge funds do, and these VCs, is they buy these very low level seed rounds, and these low funding rounds. And essentially what you end up getting, here you go. Here it is, guys. Here it is. He's responding to story protocol. Boom. Sorry about that. And for those that hung around to listen to this, you're going to get a pretty solid lesson on this one. So 140 million raised by this story protocol. Okay. Fucking botted out the ass. Okay. Botted out the fucking ass. Every metric that they have. And it's some dudes out of Asia who, these are their backers. Okay. These are the angel investors. And then, of course, they like to put them down here in the little for the little guys. But these are the main investors. Okay. Polychain Capital and A16Z. All right. Okay. So please follow that along as that develops throughout. Make sure you throw that on there. Don't buy any. Well, I shouldn't even say don't buy any. There's a good chance they send the fuck out of this. They have all the big influencers in their pockets. They'll be able to make something happen. But what inevitably is going to happen is you're going to see this, and in the long way. Okay. And the reason for that is, when you're buying down here, you have no risk. You have no risk at all. Okay. Very little risk. So when you back, let's say $1 million got this started. Okay. When you chunk up $1 million in this shit, and that thing runs, let's see what it did here. Bear with me. Sorry, guys. But it did probably more than that, a lot more than that. So let's just say you make $7 million in that run up. Okay. $6 million in this run up. At what point do you think that the smart venture capitalists, the ones that have plans to be around this run, next run, the following run, because they're making money, that is what you're seeing right here. Sure, you've got one or two, maybe let's, I want to be realistic with you guys. How many holders are there here? I know there's a good chunk. I know they got a lot. Bear with me, guys. Why can I not see how many fucking holders there are? Have I just really not done this in that long? Oh, here we go. 500,000 fucking holders. Okay. Oh my God. 500,000 fucking holders. All right. So you've got, let's say, we're going to say, because it was 593, 600,000 holders of Brett. All right. Out of that 600,000 people, you're going to have tons of multiple wallets and shit like that. But you probably have, I would guess, 1,000 people. 1,000 people at the most, the very most. I'd say it's probably more like 100. But let's say 1,000 people out of 600,000 people that bought in this area right here, that are like profitable, that didn't sell here or like here.
on the retrace. They held it to here in these areas. These people right here are in huge. And the main people that are going to be in these areas are the same people that are fucking leading Series A, Series B funding fucking rounds of this shit. Okay. And listen, this is how it works. All right, motherfuckers. This is the game. This is how it works. But you're talking about a very unfair game, right? So, for instance, I'm trying to be as real with you guys as you can to see how stacked against this you are. All right. So let's say from the day it ran to its first real top, it ran for 41 days. I don't care about price. It ran for 41 days. I guess then I need to, sorry about that, guys. Date. Ran for 41 days. Let's just say here, because it looks like it topped here. So 32 days. And then technically that would being counterintuitive to my point here. 41. So in traditional bull markets, they're very short-lived. And then when the trend flips, it takes a long time for motherfuckers to realize, hey, I'd rather make something out of this than nothing out of this. So then you start seeing the capitulation, the sideways capitulation here. At some point, this is very likely to run. And I mean run. They've got big investors. They got, supply, I'm sure, locked somewhere. Price didn't just go fucking vertical like this because no bundling. There's bundling. That the right people have, well, I say the right people, but just in this context, the right people for number go up project have the supply here. So I really would not be surprised whatsoever to see a lot of these new projects that have venture capitalists investing. When you see, I feel like a safe bet is if you're able to trade this, if you're able to trade an alt and you're able to short it, at the first sign of structural breakdown long term for Bitcoin, unless we're in like a full blown alt season, you're gonna see that it's much more beneficial for you to flip short on alts than it is anything else in this space. Because when you have these large backings, when you have these entities, these venture capitalists that are buying here at these levels, they have a lifestyle. Rather, they have clients that they have to perform for, not usually in our space, but most of them have their own clients, which is themselves, and maybe a few other people that helped get them money to, get some shit off the ground. And I mean that like making yourself, like if, listen, I could be 100K account in 3 fucking weeks if I really chose to do that. If you all can decide to believe that or not. I do not give a fuck to grow my shit like that because there's so much responsibility that comes with that. I'm happy with my dainty 42,000 and hanging out with you guys and getting, 100 people on my fucking live streams. I'm cool with this shit. I'd like to obviously grow that more. Shout out, there's 102 views. So appreciate you guys. I hit my goal. I wanted to hit 100. So thank you. But these people, they control it. They control everything going on down here. Okay. They control everything going on down here. So when you see these long capitulations out, you have to expect that there's some profit taking going on from the early venture capitalists, early fundraisers, right? And then once that's done, depending on how much is, there to give out, how much is locked up, all this shit, then that's when you see, because you got the big names involved, you got all this shit. That's when you see the nice, reversal come around. Let's see if I can get an arc or if I fuck this up too. You can tell I haven't charted in so long. Oh my God. I apologize, guys. You know, and so that's when you see the nice U-shaped pattern come back through, and then you got everybody screaming cup and handle on the macro and yada 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 yada. So yeah, I know I've done a little bit of rambling this last little bit, but these are things that I feel like a lot of people don't get into. Kind of like the cold hard truths on this shit, you know, and it's a lot of shit that people people don't want to talk about. So funny enough, during the stream, my bid's finally caught on my short. I don't know if I'm upside down or not yet. Currently, I am not. So y'all can see what I'm working with here. So I got about a $600 margin at 50x. So $31,000 trade open right now to the short side. Y'all can see that. But that was from our Bitcoin analysis in the 4 hour earlier. I think we're going to see a breakdown from that. I was actually afraid that we weren't going to see that. So I'm really happy that we didn't jump to that trade. So live time trade executed. Cool. I'm definitely not going to be here for 4 hours, another 4 hours from now to see how that fucking trade worked out. But coming back to Brett here, just guys, I just want to really, I want to emphasize for you guys that, you know, there's a lot of money to be made in shorting these same altcoins that we love and that we want to hold and shit like that. And, you know, listen, I am, you know, I want to look at this real quick before I go any further. Like I told you, I have a bone to pick with memes, and, you know, I got fucked super badly on PayPay because I decided to sell so soon. But I would love to make that money back by shorting that thing into the fucking ground. And while PayPay is still really strong, in my opinion, it's got a stronger, you know, base to it, and I think they'll push that. But, you know, when you've got Brett coming in again, you know, you got dilution. This is dilution. PayPay's coming in as a direct competitor, or Brett's coming in as a direct competitor to PayPay. You know, when you start doing this shit, you know, hold on. Yeah, this is right. Okay. Sorry, guys. I wanted to make sure I was looking at the right shit for you guys. Yeah, I think that you're going to see, like, for example, PayPay was a perfect example of bundling. They didn't do it with venture capitalists. They did that with let me say this. They didn't do it with venture capitalists like that's a known entity. From my understanding of this, now this is going to be a crazy little fucking story for you guys. So I was given PayPay at 300K by the developer, and I had no idea. I wish that motherfucker would have said, hey, I'm the developer of it. I'm this, I'm that. Hold the token, because then I would have just felt obligated to hold it. But I didn't know the fucking dude. I didn't know any of this. I fucking hate this story because it reminds me of how poor I still am. But I ended up buying it because I'm sorry. Let me back up. He shilled that to me at 30K market cap, and I ended up buying it at 300K because it ran so quickly. From by the time I had read it and he said 30K, it was up to 300K, and I figured, well, fuck, he's not only messaging me, but he's messaging a ton of other people too. So let's take a look. And so I ended up buying it at 300K. I ended up announcing it on Twitter at 300K, and it ended up fucking running. And two different things happened. Number one, I had somebody tell me that Matt Fury has a habit for filing lawsuits, and there's a really good chance that he will file a lawsuit against them and, you know, get a cease and desist and all this other shit. And so that persuaded me heavily, but then, you know, it saw a really big spike to like $15 million. So fucking from 300K to like 15 million, it was a no brainer. So I took it off the table there, and it ended up running to obviously what it is now in the billions of dollars of market cap. But the reason I'm explaining this to you guys and the way that I am is we don't know what's going to take off, and we don't know who's going to get involved. And the space will never, ever be that fucking easy anymore. It just never will be. Okay. But what I can tell you is that at the end of the day, it comes down to money, and it comes down to the greed and the want of that money. All right. And so when things are no longer money go up, right? You see the red candles, it's obvious. But what you don't understand is once enough people have been fed the dream and the dream hasn't become a reality to them, I forget what the number is, but there is a very small percentage of people in the world that have even $500 right now to go and fall back on if, you know, something were to happen economically. And that's pretty big. That's a pretty big deal. So what that tells me is that a lot of retail people are still going to be very, very careful with their money. And so if they get burned, they're not going to be as excited to go out and slam dunk another bag back down. They're just not going to do it. So these alts, and they're becoming more and more, I feel like this is like super obvious, but when I first got into the space, I would hear people say, oh, that token's going to zero. And I laugh because I'm like, oh, you know, ignorant swine, fuck you guys. You guys don't know shit. And now I look at it and I'm like, wow, I wish I would have started shorting altcoins a lot sooner. Now, granted, like there is like, you don't, for instance, right? Like let's say shorting PayPay right now, that'd be a fucking death sentence, right? It would be an absolute death sentence. But let's take a look here together. Okay. Let's take a look here together. After the big move from PayPay, which granted it had a bigger move than this. This is the Binance listing is newer, but let's do the big moves from recent. Look how short they were in comparison to the downtrends on these. Sorry guys, I am everywhere right now. So you had recently 20 days of bullish activity. And 34 days of bearish activity. Well, I guess let me back up, because one could argue that the bottom was not bottom, but the local bottom there was at 29 days. So I'd like to be as fair, and I like to view these things as not skeptical, but you know, I want to make sure that if I'm over here, and it's not even because of an audience, I like to do this period because I want to have the most accurate data possible, because I don't want to make a hypothesis or try to learn something off of things that aren't factual completely. So then you had 44 days of nice movement up, but then you've had since then, you've had 114 days of down only in these corrections. So it's really interesting to see here that like not interesting to see, but it makes sense why people are shorting altcoins after these large, you know, these really large moves up. So like, for example, maybe we can deduct a average price movement here recently from these. So 850% on that move, crazy move. God damn. And much lower at a 336% move, right? So average percent. So we had what, 850 on the first, and what was the second? 337, let's say. Sorry, you guys can't see my percentage calculator. I'm getting this all dallied up for y'all. 850 and 337. So that would bring an average bullish move up to about 593%. So let's do, and now there's a really good chance it's not going to see that much, especially from here, but let's just say that's what we get from here. Say we have an insanely bullish run. So we had 590% between the two averages. I could see that. And after looking at it on the chart, that's believable. From a zoomed out chart, I should say. Close enough. That's believable. That looks like, I feel like that looks like what like ETH and Bitcoin did before they had their really big runs up, right? So I wouldn't look to short I wouldn't look to short any of these like major venture capitalist involved, what does this say? Large investors scoop up 36 million pay. So yeah, I mean, clearly there's a demand for it, right? But when it hits, right, and it runs and it runs and it runs and it runs and it runs, and I mean the first the first fucking iota that this structure is done for, right? And there's a few different ways you can do that if you really wanted to. You could take it down as basic as just drawing a fucking trend line up, and if it breaks trend line doing that, you'd have made a little bit of profit there, making it short and simple. This one you'd have made a fucking whole lot of money, even at the longer term trend line there. Bounced again, then broke. Once it broke for that second time, that would have been my short. I'd have taken it right there. And I probably would have closed it back up here because I'm fucking retarded and don't know when's enough. Yeah, I mean, you've got capitulation here happening for sure. I don't know that we'll see that much. That's a pretty big stretch, especially for an average. Like you're going down in averages. I'm sorry. You had a big move here because it was at such a low number. So it was exponential when it rose to here, just like in Bitcoin, so it's lower amounts. That's why I wanted to try to get an average to see what could a real pump look like. So that's believable. That's what a real pump, in my opinion, could look like. I mean, if you want, I could try to even draw this shit out for y'all in a chart. Let me show you how I like to visualize this, if that is something I'm looking for. So the spikes usually get most violent at the end. So we'll put it, see if it just started running like that now. All right, see a tiny deviation, something like this, before having a real move that you'd see here up. But even then, I mean, that's a stout, that is a stout move, boy. 593% these days. That's a five. I can't imagine. Well, I mean, like guys, this is obviously, this is the hardest point. This is the inflection point, is no one knows what's going to fucking happen. I mean, I had said the same thing about Doge. There's no fucking way that Doge breaks all time high last thing. And it ran like fucking way higher. Otherwise I'd have, instead of buying, 200 here, 200 there in my fucking 401k, I'd have been like, dude, I can live poor. I'll live off fucking ramen and hot dogs if I had to put my brain into all this, last time. But that's the thing, guys, is that's what you need to understand here, is don't get complacent and comfortable. And that's why I said what I said about AVAX. Don't get complacent and comfortable with this shit, boys and girls. Okay. Don't do it, because what you have happen when you get complacent is oh, well, it's going to do this. It has to do this. And it doesn't have to do shit. But PayPay is, in my opinion, the new fucking Doge, right? Everyone seems to have gone away from, I mean, you had fucking Elon the other day tweet Doge, Department of Government Efficiency, and it moved less than 1% in the day. What the fuck timeline are we on, guys? Like, really, it's a question that needs to be asked. So when you see that and you see the quote unquote dinosaur tokens aren't performing well, you need to pivot, right? That's why everyone keeps sending me shit on AI. My AI token is picked, desync. That's it. That was the first mover AI token for me that did well, broke out. That's the token for me. So, like the rest that I had showed you guys, like not desync, XRT. I'm really big on XRT because of what I had told you guys already originally. They've got working tech in fucking they're crossing over work with Bosch, and there's a whole lot there and especially them being a first mover in robotics. When robotics does run, it'll run. So, yeah, I mean, I've rambled for the last little bit here. I know that Crypto Fundamentals wants to get back on here and I think do another one tomorrow, which I think it's going to be similar to this kind of stuff. Maybe just looking at things, talking shit, just having a good time, man. I mean, I feel like I'm so tired of seeing the same cookie cutter, jack in the box kind of responses from people and people giving, shit responses out and just this, like, I don't know, the dialogue, it's just not there. So I think I'm just going to start having more people on that are wanting to talk real shit, talk some, real and see what's going on in the market and just have a good time together. So, guys, I can't thank you all enough. I know there was a handful of you guys that were in here and a few of you just exited. But I appreciate you guys. I'm going to start doing these a lot more, even without CF. And I'm a metrics based person. I have to beat my next goal out. So I've got to beat 105 people here on streaming next time on my live. So I really appreciate you guys. I think Blake's still here. He's probably like the only person that was here start to finish. Maybe there's one or two others, but I really, really appreciate you guys. I really appreciate you, Blake. My arena fan that came over and took time to be here. Thank you. These are a lot more fun for me. When I don't have my kiddo, I don't do a whole lot. I hang out at the house and do pretty much this, but not on live stream. So I think I've found my new hobby. I think I'm just going to click the live stream on and cater to anybody that cares to pick my brain, even though I'm wrong a lot. I'm right sometimes. So I appreciate you guys a lot. This means a lot to me. I have a baseline to go off of and to build and to make my next stream even better and to grow. So I really appreciate you guys, and I look forward to seeing you on the next one. Thanks again, guys.